Tampa Bay without Mike Evans, a bogus suspension, by the way, but he's out one game with the injuries. You don't know if Godwin or Julio Jones are going to play. Boy, a Falcons fan on the golf course with me yesterday said Julio never practiced when he was in Atlanta. Just always opted out. So he missed this game this past week. They picked up Cole Beasley today.
I saw that.
Wasn't he with Bruce Smith and those guys back on all those Super Bowls in the early 90s?
He started with Don Beebe.
He started with the Cowboys, and then he went to the Bills. I think he'll end up being in uniform on Sunday, and you start to look at both sides. Green Bay's lack, Lazard's been out. Their lack of receivers, Tampa Bay's lack of receivers. I mean, two
old quarterbacks.
Yeah, generational quarterbacks, and just the lack of receivers. It's going to come down to the defenses.
Rockstar, isn't Don Beebe your favorite Bill of all time?
He has one of the best catches of all time. Remember the Sports Illustrated highlights where you get the Bills season where he falls and lands on his head?
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest highlights they ever showed.
Don Beebe.
I remember Steve Tasker, special teams.
That's right.
Still
he was a demon.
Color.
Yeah.
Got thrown out of his last game ever. I remember watching that.
Really?
Yeah, in the first quarter.
Yeah.
How old is Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers is 38.
Okay, so 45-year-old Tom Brady against 38-year-old Aaron Rodgers with basically second-tier receivers, a bunch of old guys. I don't know how Gene Hallman's not promoting this game down in Tampa.
Soak it up, America.
Hallman should be selling tickets for this one.
This is America's game too. Is what he said right on Fox. The whole country gets to see this.
Yeah, so it's 1-1 Packers, 2-0 Buccaneers coming up this weekend, and then Dallas and the Giants on a Monday night. That's gonna be a fun game because that Giants team looks legit, especially as long as Saquon's healthy. But Daniel Jones has looked the part to start the season too.
I don't know who the better quarterback is right now, though. Watching Cooper Rush just in one start last year, his start last week, didn't make any mistakes, made plays down the stretch to get them in field goal position to upset Cincinnati Bengals. Saquon was a no-show last week. And if you can get Saquon that you got week one in the win over the Titans.
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah, the Giants will be good.
Yeah, but as long as he's out on the field healthy, though, he draws the attention of the defense. So maybe that opens other things up. So a fun week 3 of the NFL. Week 4, I'll test Rockstar here. Week 4 of college football kicks off Thursday night. Where will we be Thursday night, Rockstar?
Gabrielle's,
or Gabriel's, depending on tomato. Gabriel's in Hoover will be Bud Light game night. 5 to 7 will be out there. Watch on your video platform if you can't make it. 5 to 6 we'll do an Ask Us Anything. Drink specials, prizes, and everything. But come on out and hang out with us. Enjoy a beer before we kick back and watch the old not backyard brawl, West Virginia and Virginia Tech, as they do a little battle in college football and a big NFL game as well with Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Look forward to that Thursday night at Gabriel's in Hoover, just off Lorner, 5 to 7 o'clock with our friends at Bud Light. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
First two posts in the chat room. Happy birthday, Rockstar.
Thank you, Jim Dunaway.
Let's get it out of the way early.
Yeah, let's get it out of the way. I mean, happy birthday. No surprises today.
Thank you. I don't want that. Please don't.
Voted to ban silly string. I mean, confetti I'm okay with. Those confetti guns, those are loud, and I'm not sure our vacuum cleaner at Double Down Media is really built to suck that up.
You think that's ever killed anybody with a heart attack?
Oh
yes,
yeah, probably. Because the
yes.
last time, our 1-year anniversary when Reed did it over there, it scared the piss out of me. I jumped out of my seat. That one was loud.
That was right by my ear.
Now fast forward a decade older for me. Imagine what I did. My heart skipped a beat. It's back on pace now. So yeah, that has killed somebody over time. The cannons firing at football games. You ever been to a game where they fire cannons?
Yep.
That
Who
surprises
was it
you.
Talking the other day that the cannons.
Texas
fired off early. They had premature
yeah.
demolition at their on their cannon.
Yeah. So it's a thing, but we believe this on this side of the glass, and we don't say it enough. So we'll say it on his birthday here, and I write about it in the morning rounds at nextroundlive.com. Two things about Rockstar. One, he's so important to the fabric of this show, though he may talk the least amount. It is the perfect ingredient to make our soup here or what we do. Without it, it's not the same. So we're very thankful for you on this, your birthday. And the second thing...
Not every other day, but on this your birthday.
And the second thing is that, and I think we're true about this all across the show, maybe less Brown than the rest of us, but we're all very sincere in ourselves on the air, the same on the air as we are off the air, and especially Rockstar. He's as quirky and crazy off the air as he is on the air. You're exactly the same person. And I love that about you. So happy birthday, man.
Okay, would you explain the Brown thing then?
It was just
Brown's waiting for his
little jab, just a little jab at Brown.
Dunaway
He's a
being
little
Dunaway.
fake on the air, but
Yeah.
whatever.
Dunaway being Dunaway.
Yeah, but happy birthday, man.
Well, thank you, man. It's been an amazing morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Dunaway's as awkward off the air as
Yeah,
he
that's
is
right.
on the air.
That is true.
Hey.
Go ahead and tell them you told me what you woke up to this
Okay,
morning.
do you guys remember?
For Rockstar's birthday. Yep.
Oh, I love
Morning
it.
wood.
Little birthday surprise.
I
for
heard
Rocky.
that is it's a healthy penal situation when you have morning wood.
Okay,
So
thank you,
that-
Lance.
Uber facts. They pop up all the time.
I would let
They do
I would
pop
let
up.
Rockstar describe this first. Yes.
About a year ago when I had my tooth problem, I had a mystery tooth problem that was causing me headaches and stuff like that. So I went to the dentist and they took x-rays and they saw in the back of my mouth, they said, you have a crown on that's way too big and it is pushing against the nerves of the other two teeth it's near, and it's a ticking time bomb. We don't have to address it today, but just to let you know. And so that bomb went off at 1:30 this morning, and Cord was crying. I got up, and right when I lifted up, I was like, oh my God, it's the biggest throbbing pain I've had in a long time. Checked on him, went back to bed. It kind of died down. It's a little died down right now, but I got to go after the show for my birthday, get my teeth worked on.
No, I can't beat
Man,
that.
I'm telling you, your 2022 is awesome.
It really hasn't been that great. I got the birth of my son, and that's awesome.
Yep.
But after that, we've been having a tough time.
Rocky shit show.
Yeah.
It is.
We should have done a documentary on
The
you.
Rocky Horror Shit Show.
Well, happy birthday. Let's start our college football conversation this morning as we roll in. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. He's the birthday boy rock star. Tyler, the intern. We've got Forrester on the back row solo this week is Lunsford, who won, by the way, his 2 o'clock in the afternoon qualifying poker round in Vegas yesterday.
Man,
He's in a tournament.
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. I just saw a post where he
I
won.
lost for him. I gave him 3 plays last night, 1 and 2. Brewers blew a big lead against the Mets.
yeah.
No Braves fans hate to hear that.
I knew he was texting me if I had any plays last night, so
He was texting you?
Yeah, he probably wanted to
Go
fade. He
opposite.
wanted to fade me a little bit out there. Taylor's got our social media. She's out there in our social media center handling everything today at Next Round Live. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up if you're watching us on YouTube or anywhere else on our video platform today. The Nebraska job seems to be narrowed down to a short list without Urban Meyer on it, according to reports. Lance Leopold, Matt Campbell, and Bill O'Brien, 3 candidates. And I look at those 3 candidates at Nebraska, and I say, really, if you could get all 3 of those, the one you've got to get to me is Matt Campbell. and let me explain why.
Okay. Well, I don't think you have to explain it.
Okay, would you guys agree with that? Because
Yeah,
Lance Leopold is the hot guy right now.
Right.
But I just wonder, can he do it consistently at a place not Kansas?
So my choices are Bill O'Brien, Matt Campbell, and Lance Leopold.
Yeah.
Matt Campbell's the easy number one there.
Easy number one.
Yeah, I think
Leopold's
so,
number
too.
2. Bill O'Brien's number 3 for me.
Well, Bill O'Brien's he did a wonderful job at Penn State and did a really good job in the NFL when he's not the general manager. So I'm not saying Bill O'Brien would not be a good hire somewhere.
It depends on the fit.
You know,
He's stale to me, and he did a good job with the Texans because he had Deshaun Watson.
Can I say this about Bill O'Brien, though? It's weird. I had a national college football, I'm being vague here intentionally, a national college football personality.
Okay.
Or, I don't know, analyst, whatever you want to call it. Reach out to me Sunday about the Auburn situation, like just getting the temperature for Auburn. And we were just chatting a little bit, and they were talking about the Auburn deal, and they're like, well, what's going on at Alabama? Anything in Alabama? I was like, yeah, people are upset at Bill O'Brien. And this person said, really? I was like, yeah. They only scored, they struggled to score at Texas. They were pretty bad in the first half against La Monroe. He's like, the dude won the Heisman Trophy last year. He's got a Heisman Trophy on what Alabama fans want. And I'm like, he ain't Sarkisian, he ain't Kiffin, man.
Right.
I mean, it's just the bar is really high in Tuscaloosa, and they were really surprised to find out that Alabama fans. And this guy,
And by the way, he didn't win the Heisman Trophy.
Well, I mean, you know what he meant. Yeah. But this guy covers the national college football scene and was very surprised that Alabama fans are ready to move on.
Has he met Alabama
For
fans?
Bill, and that's what I said. I was like, that's a demanding fan base.
Yes.
And he's like, yeah, I get that, but my gosh, what do they want?
There is no rhythm to this offense.
That's
at
what
all.
I said.
That's
I said,
right.
watch them, man. It's just, it's not.
Look, and I agree. He did a good job of being a guy that came in. The situation at Penn State was horrible.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Rule at Baylor.
Yeah.
What he cleaned up at Baylor, Bill O'Brien started the cleanup process at Penn State.
But I'll tell you, his quarterback, he had a 5-star that he brought in Christian Hackenberg.
Yep.
And he regressed. So he never got better under Bill O'Brien. And Bill O'Brien's first couple of years were kind of the same. And then, he goes on to the NFL. He inherits a franchise quarterback, and they go to the postseason, but they don't do anything in the postseason.
I really thought I was going to have to debate Matt Campbell over Lance Leopold,
No.
who everybody seems to love and say, oh, that should be the hire. It's got to be Matt Campbell because he's done it at a lesser job for a longer period of time, and he has rebooted that thing a couple of times. Reworked things a couple of times, recruited really well.
I think Nebraska, and they never would have guessed this a decade or 2 decades ago, but Nebraska and Iowa State face a lot of the same issues.
Yes.
And the difference in Nebraska and Iowa State, and here's why I would be interested in Matt Campbell at Nebraska. The difference between Nebraska and Iowa State is budget. Matt Campbell has done what he's done, recruiting to a difficult place to recruit historically. I mean, you don't get a ton of 5 stars at Iowa State, and he's done it on a much lesser budget than what you currently have at Nebraska and what you will have at Nebraska.
Yeah, and Dunaway brought this up yesterday, the NIL, with that great fan base, the money that they will contribute, especially if you get a hot name like Matt Campbell. I mean, you think about Matt Campbell right now is in year number 7, year number 7 in Ames. He's only had one losing year. His first year, he's 3-9.
Yeah.
Since then, 8-5, 8-5, 7-6, 9-3, 7-6, 3-0 this year.
We talk about
That's
this.
incredible.
Yeah, we talk about this with coaches all the time. We'll use this phrase a lot, and Matt Campbell is the picture and the definition of this phrase. He's made people forget how difficult that job is.
Absolutely.
And we talk about people that do that a lot, like, hey, y'all have forgotten how bad that job is because of. You've forgotten how bad the Iowa State job is because of Matt Campbell.
Yeah, and that's Mark Stoops in Kentucky.
Yeah.
Monty jumps in. I'll always stick with my Huskers, but they better not hire B.O.B. Bill O'Brien there.
I don't know what Bill O'Brien's future is.
Kerry says Bill O'Brien being such a bad general manager somehow kind of saved his coaching reputation because you only remember the years before they got bad at the end. He made a lot of bad personnel decisions that left that Houston thing as a disaster. Leopold's a great story. But if you're Matt Campbell, do you leave Iowa State with the expanded playoffs coming because we're moving to where that Big 12 looks like it's going to have an automatic bid, or it is going to have an automatic bid. That league's not going anywhere. Is it going to be easier for him to make a playoff at Iowa State in the Big 12 or to go to Nebraska and try to fight and get one of the multiple bids the Big Ten will have?
Well, I talk about Matt Campbell's, incredible record at Iowa State, but still his best record was 9-3. And I don't know if 9-3 at Iowa State's going to get you into this expanded playoff, and that was his best team by far. To me, Matt Campbell, he's making $4 million. He probably could close to double that.
Yeah. Oh, I was about to ask, would you make him a $10 million coach? That's the going rate right now.
Yeah, I'd make him at least $8 million. I mean, Nebraska's got the money, and I think he would take the job with the history and the resources.
They're already spending some of that future Big Ten money now to buy out Frost. I mean, they were just like, screw the discount. We're going to go and fire him now. We only had to wait 20 days to get a discount, but we're going to do it now.
But I hate to say it, there's so much money you can't spend it on.
I mean, not with $1 billion TV deal. I mean, I don't know what kind of money they're going to be getting out of that, but it's going to be a lot. And I'm telling you, man, Clay Travis said this years ago, and he's absolutely right. The best way to change the fortunes of your football program this day and age is to back up a Brinks truck and pay a wad of money for a legit coach.
For the best coach you can.
That's the best way to revamp. I mean, you can go out and gamble on a Lance Leopold and maybe 50% of the time get it right if you're willing to take that risk. The best way to do it is back up the Brinks truck.
Okay, so Walker says in the chat room, if I'm Matt Campbell, I'm not going anywhere. Those Iowa State fans are probably content with 8 years of win, sort of like Kentucky. Well, Matt Campbell probably isn't, though.
That's right.
And there's one thing when you've got 61,000 fans at Jack Trice. Another thing, when you roll into Memorial, you see the sea of red of 90,000 plus.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different. Yeah. Big Ten and where the Big 12 is going to be. I like Matt Campbell a lot. I love the job he's done at Iowa State. I'd like to see him take the Nebraska job and see what he could do with it.
We'll see what happens. And does Iowa State end up having a special year this year that sort of keeps him from really engaging in the thought process of leaving to go to Nebraska? Sometimes you could be having a great year at one place and keep putting that off. And Trev Alberts moves in a different direction because you're not ready to leave yet because you're having a special year. We'll see what Iowa State does with a interesting game this weekend as well, as Iowa State plays host to Baylor. That's an 11 o'clock ESPN2 game. Part of our show today, a little bit more on the coaching carousel that's already cranked up very early in the first quarter of this college football season. After I tell you about our friends at Backyard Adventure, listen, we all love our time we spend with our kids, even mine that are now 21 and 17. But as a guy who used to have young kids who are now college-age kids, let me tell you, it goes fast. You've had 1,000 people tell you that. So you want to enjoy the time with your kids right there in your own backyard. Just good time after good time after good time. That's where our friends at Backyard Alabama come in to play. BackyardAlabama.com is the website, BackyardAlabama.com. And the folks at Backyard Solutions will sell you a backyard adventure playground, an alley-oop, trampoline, a goal setter, basketball goal, the whole set. They've got a 3D designer that will design it all to fit your backyard. They got landscaping that'll make it look great. They got a maintenance program that'll keep it looking good from start to finish. From when you buy it, they'll deliver it, set it up for you. They do it all. BackyardAlabama.com, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN. That's 4386 there. BackyardAlabama.com. Wonderful folks. They will take care of you so you can enjoy your time with your kids there. Holidays coming up next spring and summer. Great place, BackyardAlabama.com.
Hey, one more point on Matt Campbell. Can you guys guess what position he played collegiately?
I'm going to say he played...
I mean, quarterback would be the obvious answer, but since you're asking us to guess...
I'm going to say he was a long snapper.
I'm going to say linebacker.
So he
scrappy linebacker.
initially went to Pitt on scholarship, but then he transferred to the University of Mount Union, won 3 national championships, D3. He was himself twice named to the College Football All-American team, and he was the Ohio Athletic Conference Defensive Lineman of the Year.
Wow. How's that changed? He doesn't look it, does he?
Hand in the dirt.
Yeah, he does a lot of cardio, apparently.
Yeah, that's really good. The other job that's already out there is Arizona State. And, I saw someone who tweeted us last night that the betting odds right now is that it's Mike Norvell who would take that job. And I just tweeted back, into a discussion, there is no way Mike Norvell leaves Florida State to take Arizona State, just on the surface of the fact that Arizona State's future is undecided on what their conference, where they're going to land and all that, and the NCAA. Those are two big question marks.
The only way Norvell would do that is if he thought this was keeping one step ahead of the posse, that his time at Florida State was tenuous, and this is my way to get out before I get fired and reset the clock. It feels like that has turned a little bit for him. I mean, they're 3-0. Are they 3-0 or 4-0?
Yeah, they're 3-0.
3-0.
Yeah, 3-0. That's right. 3-0. They've got a good win over LSU. A good win over Louisville the other night. I think he's actually finally got this program headed in a positive direction.
Well, I think he believes that. Whether or not they are, we'll see how this season plays out. I still think they got really difficult games coming up, but they are sitting at 3-0. And why would you go back to Arizona State? I mean, Herm has left a mess there. I don't even know what you've got. Your best players are transferring. They just lost to Eastern Michigan. They got run up and down the field on, and so this would be another rebuild for him. And like you guys said, right now the ACC is pretty secure. It's SEC, Big Ten, then ACC. Then we're trying to figure out what's going on with the Pac-12 and the Big 12. He doesn't know what's going to happen. Why would you? And by the way, Florida State just overall is a better job.
It is a better job, but I wouldn't shoot it down yet for this reason. If I'm him.
And by the way, he's former offensive coordinator there.
They get BC this week. Should be an easy win.
Yeah, 7 o'clock ACC network.
BC's no good, right?
BC is no good.
Yeah, it should be an easy one.
Well, the big question is, what status of your quarterback? Jordan Travis got
that's true.
hurt,
Jordan
right?
Travis was on crutches at the end of the game.
That's right. So if you're with your backup guy, that makes that game interesting. And then how long are you without Jordan Travis? That could change the whole landscape of your season.
But here's why, if I'm Mike Norvell, I at least don't shoot it down yet. I keep it alive because his next 3 after that, with no bye week mixed in, Wake, at NC State, hosting Clemson. That's your next 3.
You just got to win one of those.
But that's 3 potential losses. I mean, you got to give me that. That's a potential 0-3.
Especially if you don't have your starting quarterback.
Especially if Jordan Travis is out. Yeah.
But if you win one of those against 3 ranked teams, highly ranked teams, and you beat BC, you're 5-2.
Should be fine. Yep. But if you lose all 3,
and then
of
you
those,
got Georgia Tech.
Yeah, that's an easy win. But then you're at Miami, who's a tough game.
Yeah.
So. And then Florida, who knows what you're going to get at the end of the year in that one with Florida.
I mean, it looks like a 7-5 year to me with this 3-0 start.
A lot of bumps in that road, potentially.
Kerry, I did not see this. Is this a true story that there was a story that members of the Arizona State staff were leaking info to opposing teams to try to sabotage Herm?
I'll Google that.
I do not believe that.
I mean, if
like
that's the case,
board.
then you should, that's got to be message board. You should never be coaching again.
Yeah,
I'm not going to hire you.
I would ban every one of them.
I'm not going to hire you again. You automatically forfeit your salary this year.
Yep. And some kind of a lawsuit. It had to be damaging to the workplace.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, I think people have too much integrity for what they do for those players to do that.
Yeah, Brown will fact check that like he's CNN over there.
Yeah, I'm going to find that.
So that's a little of the coaching discussion that's out there as we start today.
It's from Bro Bible.
Okay.
Isn't that where sliced bread was?
Come on, Kerry. Bro Bible.
Boy, Jimbo loves that guy, doesn't he?
Yeah, sliced bread.
He didn't know who he is, although he mentioned like 19 times. No idea who that is.
I mean, we try not to get our news off of Facebook. Though we appreciate you watching us. Oh, wait a second.
Bro Bible is only aggregating this. It is from The Athletic, Aaron Suttle's outfit here.
Oh, now, wait a second. You got my attention now.
A report from The Athletic suggests.
I love getting my news from Facebook. Thanks for watching us on Facebook today.
That there were some in the Arizona State Athletic Department giving opponents intel on the Sun Devils from within. Here's the quote from The Athletic they use. An opposing coach recently told The Athletic it wasn't hard to get intel on this season's team because some within the Arizona State's athletics wanted a coaching change.
Inside job on her.
I mean, that's a brutal inside job.
Yeah, I don't see how you do that. I mean, I think we all thought that Herm was dead man walking anyway.
Yeah. Kerry says it reminds him of WikiLeaks, the Wake Forest leaks a few years back.
It was a play-by-play guy, though.
Yeah, that was he was selling it, right?
I forgot exactly.
Yeah, all their teams had their playbook, and they still went like 7-6 at Wake. That was an amazing job by Dave Carlson.
I just can't believe an assistant coach would do this.
Yeah, that's low rent right there. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services LT. LT will send out a lock later on, but our friends at Hemphill, they've got an office at Rockstar's house, but you can call their main office too.
Do they do teeth?
Our friends at Hemphill Services, of course, if something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to pick up the phone, call Andrew, Adam, Chad, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Okay, one more thing from last night, because I don't know how you guys are, but I check out on baseball from the moment college football and the NFL starts until we get to the baseball playoffs. So there's about a month of dead time, a month in the desert for baseball for me. And that's shame on me because I'm missing some great, races for the playoffs, but more particularly, I'm missing Aaron Judge, who hit his 60th home run last night. And just in contact, forget juiced up baseballs, shorter fences, better equipment, steroids, whatever you want. He's still only the 6th human ever to do that.
Yeah, it's amazing that only 6 guys have done that. And now you got 15 games left, and I don't know if his number is going to, because he's going to break 61 as long as he stays healthy. Is his number going to be the one we go by now? Like, I still give Bonds a ton of credit. I mean,
and the Bonds number is 73, right?
73, yes.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, the fact that I knew that Bonds number probably tells. I mean, I'm a fringe baseball fan, and I knew the Bonds number, so that's probably the one most people are going to go with.
But 61 is the American League record, so it was Sosa, McGuire, and Bonds who blew past it in National League games. So it's going to be something, and he's only the 6th person, so it's sort of fun to watch it happen, right?
Well, yeah, look at it, 61 years since somebody's done this in the American League. I mean, this is pretty awesome. And again, 15 games left. I mean, he gets on a heater, this number could be 66, 67. I mean, it could be a big, massive number. And not only we were talking before in the pre-show, this guy is now leading the Triple Crown. He's hitting .316. So if he holds on, hits 65 or 67 home runs, leads the American League in batting average and RBIs, I mean, and coming into a contract year.
Yeah. I mean, you guys may have a thought on this, but I, with all due respect to you two, I trust Buster's opinion on it more. We'll ask him this at noon. I mean,
tomorrow.
Oh, that's right, noon tomorrow.
Noon tomorrow.
Where does this rank in
all-time seasons?
All-time Yankee seasons.
Yeah. It's up there.
It's up there.
Maybe the greatest
seasons.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're talking Yankee seasons, the all-time Yankee seasons. I mean, that's
well, most of the great records are Yankee records, it seems.
Yeah. No, you're right about that.
Yeah. So
no, I would say this is probably
most of them are Babe Ruth.
If he closes this out, hits 65 home runs, wins a Triple Crown, this is going to be a top 5 season of all time.
Of all time from Aaron Judge. And the Braves clinched last night, so they're in the playoffs. They're only a game back of the Mets, so that race will go down to the final weekend. The last Sunday night baseball game with Buster on ESPN is Mets and Braves. So there's a good chance that last Sunday night they could be playing for the division title.
How fun.
But both have already clinched a playoff spot, so it wouldn't be a loser-go-home situation.
Yeah, but you still want to win the division, obviously, and get as much home field out of it as you can, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that was baseball last night. We don't talk a ton of baseball until we get to the playoffs in this 40 days in the darkness here for the Major League Baseball folks before we get to the playoffs after we start football. Football returns tomorrow night. College and the NFL will be on the road tomorrow night. Bud Light game night will be out at Gabriel's in Hoover on Lorna Road. First mention of the show today. We'll see if we can keep it under 100 today. Hit it a lot yesterday, but our friends at Bud Light, we're looking forward to being there. Hope you join us 5 to 7 tomorrow at Gabriel's in Hoover, 5 to 6 specially showing all our video platforms. And the show is always brought to you by our friends at mybookie.ag.
Jimmy D, you can jump on board right now with mybookie.ag. Week 3 of the NFL will feature Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers, Mac Jones and Lamar Jackson, some of the old guard and some of the young guns. Week 4 of college football kicks Thursday night. West Virginia at Virginia Tech, Coastal Carolina at Georgia State. And mybookie.ag can get you in on all of that. And you can double your initial deposit up to $1,000 by using our name. Just drop our name, man. They'll double your deposit. Next round is your code when you register for mybookie.ag. Don't just register. Use code next round, double that deposit bonus, and you can use it right away up to $1,000. This is not your grandfather's bookie. This is my bookie. Put your money where your mouth is and get rewarded for it. Begin your winning season today exclusively at mybookie.ag, code next round. Mybookie.ag, code next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it.
Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Rolling on the Next Round here as we're on a Wednesday as we record in this show or go live, depending on how you're absorbing it today. Consuming it today, I guess, is the proper word. As we get ready for another football weekend. Some interesting news late after the show on Tuesday from Tom Green, who covers Auburn. And then the Missouri coaches got hit with this after their practice. Missouri media asked Blake Baker, the defensive coordinator at Missouri, about T.J. Finley being out. And he was like, oh, is he out? You know, we have not heard that, but we are preparing for multiple quarterbacks. So, and then Tom Green was reporting that his sources are telling him that Finley's out for the game.
Now, I don't know if Green is right or wrong, but you can't be surprised by this if you're Missouri's coaches. If you watched, he took that hard hit at the end of the half, was clearly favoring his shoulder, going into the locker room, and then barely played in the second half. I think it was pretty obvious, and it's not like Ashford was tearing it up. So I think it's it was obvious that he was slowed down a little bit. So I don't think you could have been totally off guard. Now, he probably had not heard that he's out. So if that's a report, if that report is true,
I don't know what you guys think. I think Finley's the better option of the two.
He is. That's the reason he's starting.
And I think if Ashford plays 4 quarters, I think there's a good chance they lose this game.
Missouri's in town this week, straight out of game day at Auburn for an early kick. Taylor, who runs our social media, I don't know how many Auburn fans agree with her, but she doesn't like the switching back and forth. And, she believes that if you just leave TJ in there and let ride the roller coaster with TJ, that is sort of the way to roll.
Well, obviously when you lose as bad as Auburn lost Saturday, you're going to pick apart everything. But, those first 2 games were inferior opponents. But even then, but especially Saturday, it felt choppy. And it feels like the offense just never gets any sort of rhythm.
Yep.
And it just feels choppy. And it's hard to do that without it feeling choppy, really.
Well, look, Missouri's played one quality opponent. Louisiana Tech is no good. They're 2-1. But they went to Manhattan. Kansas State steamrolled.
About the same as Penn State did to Auburn, basically.
Yeah,
these two are coming off about the same loss.
It was 40-12.
Yep.
And Kansas State went 235 on the ground. And Deuce Vaughn, one of the best running backs nobody talks about, 145 yards, 2 touchdowns. My point here is if Tank and Jarquez are not getting a ton of touches against this Missouri defense, something's wrong.
Coaching malpractice.
Yes.
At that
yes.
point.
Well,
Really
I think you're going to be a much more run-heavy offense, don't you think, with Ashford in there? Because that's his specialty. You don't really trust – they clearly do not trust him to stand in the pocket and scan the field and throw. They haven't asked him to do that all year.
And Ashford's a poor man's Adrian Martinez. Boy, that's a slap. But Adrian Martinez –
when you're a poor man's Adrian Martinez.
Did have success running the football. That's his strong suit, too, for Kansas State. Didn't have a ton of success throwing the football. He never really does. But he was able to have, some effective runs.
The interesting thing to me, let's play seesaw here.
Okay.
Seesaw UC, Zach Calzada.
I'm going to say 60%. That's high for me.
60% that you do. Seesaw UC, Zach Calzada.
I'm going to go 70%.
That you do.
Yeah.
I can do it in 71% then.
Seesaw UC, Holden Gerner.
0.
Y'all think it's 0?
I do.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I think the next obvious move is Calzada.
That's the card I got to hold for later on if I actually do want to keep my job and not just cash a $16 million
My
buyout.
God, can you imagine starting him later on in the schedule? Have you looked at that schedule?
Yeah. Part of our show, more college football discussion in a second. Part of our show being brought to you by Dr. B under that beautiful Love You Blue hat that we have. We have a couple of hats like that, by the way.
I think it's Oiler Blue. I think we go Oiler Blue.
Love You Blue.
I think so, yeah.
That's Oiler Blue. Love You Blue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Love You Blue. And we got a Battle Red. Those 2 great colored hats there, away from our traditional darker gray or black colors. You can get the Love You Blue hat, nextround.store, and you can get what LT has under that hat. Not his brain, but somewhere between the brain and the hat.
Such a weird setup.
What a setup for this.
The hair. It's Dr. B.
Dr. B is the absolute best, and a lot of people have been reaching out and asking how everything's going. It's been fantastic. Again, with age, unfortunately for a lot of us, comes a little hair loss. When it started to happen to me, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They always perform the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment for you. It is cutting edge, and Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics. He can formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting to go over the options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which I actually did on the couch while watching the Manti Te'o documentary last night. This is going to help with the thickness and health of my hair. Dr. Beckenstein, for 20 years, has been helping women and men with a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the Next Round sent you.
Interesting thing, I've never heard of him doing this, but he's been doing it for a while now. Tim Tebow, do you see what he does with his Heisman Trophy?
I have not seen this, no.
He auctions it off every year, and Luke Bryan, the country music star, currently holds Tim Tebow's Heisman Trophy.
Really cool.
He auctions it off every year and puts that money into his charity that does a lot of work with special needs kids and others are in prison ministries around the country. And he's raised $1 million over the years of auctioning off his Heisman Trophy to where, say, our show, we could get into the bidding process if we wanted to. And if we won the bid for that year, we get to keep Tebow's Heisman Trophy for a year. Right now, Luke Bryan, who's the country music star, he's got the Heisman Trophy. I don't know all the list of people who've had it for a year. But what a great idea about your Heisman Trophy, because we always ask people, where do you keep your Heisman?
Yeah.
Well, it's on my mom's
really
shelf.
cool.
It's in my grandma's house.
I got a way we can monetize this. What do you think Luke Bryan paid for this?
I would say $150,000.
That was going to be my guess,
Yeah.
$150,000.
Because you said he's made $1 million, and Tebow won that thing in, 2008?
Yeah.
It'd be tough then. I was going to say we could have the Heisman Trophy, and you come up here, you get a picture with it, and a next round T-shirt. It's $100. Take a picture with Tebow's trophy.
And an extra T-shirt.
Do you think all the tenants would appreciate just people coming up and down the elevators?
So better yet, we could just send Tyler down in the lobby, and you take a picture down in the lobby with it.
Tyler's got to collect the cash up front. We can't just have vagrants walking in here taking
So
that picture.
we would have to get 1,500 people. Is that right? No,
Is that
it'd
it?
be more than that.
It'd be more than
It'd
that,
be
right?
15,000 people.
Yeah, 15,000 people.
I'm going to say
maybe we'd need a Walmart.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah,
I'm going to say we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
maybe we'd need a Walmart at 100 a head too. That's a hefty head. That's a hefty price.
No, we'd need 1,000. 150,000.
Yeah. No, we need
1,500. I'm sorry,
1,500. 1,500.
1,500 is all we need. I think we could do that.
Well, let's back it down now to $10 a head. How much will we do?
Well,
This is what Dunaway does.
then you go up to
That's
15,000.
what Dunaway does at all our meetings.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make it economical.
Us paying them, that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, well, Nick says $100 is a little steep.
Yeah, it is.
And Smuff says T-shirts what in the store? $30.
Yeah.
How much are
25, 30,
25,
depending.
A
$30.
special T-shirt with the Heisman picture on it. How about that?
Yeah.
Now we're in trademark territory here.
Well,
It's going to be a problem.
Resembles a Heisman.
But very much like most of our meetings here, all that money that Tebow takes from this goes to charity. We're going to turn a profit off of it.
No, you know how we could.
Well, we got to pay. Yes.
Here's how we can turn a profit, though. Think about this. You think about social media, it's all about building those numbers.
Yep.
Where's Tebow's trophy today? And we take it to different landmarks.
Oh,
right.
yeah.
And so it's got its own account that we pair up, we sync up with ours.
Yeah.
Look, Tebow's trophy's getting pissed on by a dog. All right, Lance has it today.
Elf on a shelf.
Oh, hey, Floribama, Tebow.
Yeah. Oh, how many days would it spend at the Floribama? That's a great question. What a great guy Tim Tebow
Yeah,
is.
that is
there.
a cool story. I mean, we got kind of sidetracked, but that's really cool that he does that.
Yeah, I'm
Great
sorry
idea.
Alabama made him cry in 2009.
Oh, Jimmy.
Part of our show brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. You want to get your life back in order when it comes to your cholesterol, your blood pressure, your weight. Leslie and her team, the great folks who can take care of you. Way to Wellness. There's no contracts. There's no sign-up fees. And your free consult, you get a first consultation with Leslie and her board-certified team over there. It's free as well. So nothing out of pocket to find out the process at Way to Wellness, whether or not you're going to like it or not. Way to Wellness is the location here in Birmingham. The website is aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. No cookie cutter plan. It's different for everybody. They do some blood work for you. They'll keep you in line through the whole process. It is right there, aplanforme.com, Way to Wellness. Check it out today and get your life and your health back in order there. A couple of injury notes as we move forward. Jalen Carter playing with an injury this year, defensive tackle for Georgia, something to keep an eye on as we move deeper into the season on whether or not he has to miss some time to deal with that, a lower leg problem. Minnesota lost their best receiver, and I wanted to get LT's thought on this. Without Bell at receiver, Chris Bell, to sort of take the heat off the running game, which is really good at Minnesota. They've got an interesting contest this weekend as Minnesota goes to East Lansing to battle Michigan State. Minnesota's sort of your favorite right now in the Big Ten West. Losing this guy could sort of sidetrack, row your boat.
Yeah, Chris Bell is your best wide receiver right now. He's kind of the go-to for Tanner Morgan, but Mo Ibrahim is the go-to. That's the engine that gets this offense really rolling. Look, they haven't played anybody. I said that Minnesota had a potential to win 10 games, be that dark horse out of the West that ultimately plays for the Big Ten championship. But, again, they've played New Mexico State, awful team. Western Illinois and Colorado, awful team. I mean, two of the worst Division I teams they have played. Now, they've done exactly what they needed to do. They've beaten them into submission, but now going to East Lansing, the Spartans are going to have a mat on. I, on the surface, kind of like the Spartans in this game. Right around a pick.
Minnesota's already 74th in the nation with him throwing the ball. And they're second in the nation running the ball.
Yeah,
so
not their priority.
Yeah,
yes.
It's not their priority throwing it. But as you point out, the less effective you are in the pass game, the more difficult it becomes to run that way. And to LT's point, they haven't played anybody. So I don't even know that number 2 in the nation rushing the ball even matters right now. But they are running it for 312 a game.
Minnesota,
so they're dedicated to it.
Minnesota, Michigan State, another one of those interesting games this weekend. When we come back, we'll do our spotlight today, give you some sneaky good games to look at 10 o'clock. Tom Lugenbill joins the show, always one of my favorite segments at the top of the hour. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at NASCAR. If you're getting ready to go outside in October at Talladega, the weather's always perfect for this event. Should be again this year. The temperature's just like you're in the air conditioning.
Yep, 877-GO-TO-DEGA. You can find that out for yourself. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. It is the 2022 Yellowwood 500 weekend. It's Sunday, October 2nd, the Yellowwood 500. The weekend starts Friday, September 30th. See all the details about the great events and experiences they have, including that Saturday night infield concert, Chase Rice and Bailey Zimmerman. Sunday ticket gets you in free on that one. The Kids VIP experience presented by Children's of Alabama. Just great behind the scenes for the kids there. You can see all of that and secure your spot and your tickets by going to TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
We tell you every day on this show what a great place the University of Montevallo is. They're about to crank up basketball season. Their track is ongoing. Always a great soccer school. So many NCAA Division II sports right there at Montevallo. Fully funded, fully scholarship, 21 sports. Check that out if you're an up-and-coming athlete looking to continue your high school career into college, your athletic career, or if you're just looking for a great place to go to school, great class sizes, 14-to-1 professor and student or student and professor ratio there, and it's just a wonderful place to go to school. I'm a graduate from the 80s. My daughter's a junior there now. It's a great place to call home. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. Schedule an in-person tour today at Montevallo. Sneaky good games in just a second. A couple of notes from the NFL before we get back to college football. Micah Parsons is on an unbelievable pace right now. He's got 17 sacks in his first 18 games in his professional career. I'm going to put that into context for you. Now, LT, Lawrence Taylor, back in the day, he's the one that made the NFL start recording sacks. 81 his first year, and then they started.
81 the season.
Yeah, I was about to say.
And then they started recording the sacks in 82, an official stat in the NFL. But he only had 17 sacks in his first 25 games. The guy who really changed the linebacker position as far as, just moving around and rushing all the time. It's just a straight pass rusher. Von Miller, though, 14.5 sacks in his first 18 games. Reggie White, 14 sacks in his first 18 games. That's the kind of conversation Micah Parsons in right now. Lawrence Taylor, Von Miller, Reggie White. Do you see that in Micah Parsons?
I do, and I had this thought, and I hate to say this out loud, but watching both games on Sunday, watching Aaron Donald, watching Micah Parsons against the Bengals, I'm starting to think Micah Parsons might be the best defensive player in the league, and then Aaron Donald might be second.
Wow,
it's really
that's a big statement for you.
Yeah. He's unblockable.
During the Auburn Penn State game, Gary Danielson was talking about how, listen, if you're going to wear number 11 at Penn State, you better be a player. By the way, Abdul Carter's a player. He's really good, but they showed as LeVar Arrington was the first one, right? And then Micah Parsons. And Danielson's like, and he even said Micah Parsons is unblockable in the NFL.
He really is.
Which is true. You watch him.
He is. Again, I get distracted in our chat room. We get so many great posts over there. Jay Pear listening in Dallas. Y'all were talking the home run chase earlier. I just saw that in Babe's era, that ground rule doubles counted as home runs. Absolutely crazy. That can't be true.
I have no idea.
No.
That can't be true.
No idea.
I don't know why Jay Pear would bring that up, though.
Well, he's not a liar.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying that's what I'm saying.
He does occasionally have a morning cocktail.
So he obviously came across something. I was telling Brown the other day, randomly I saw Mad Dog on our Major League Baseball, one of our TVs in studio talking about the Polo Grounds. So I pulled up Wikipedia. And the amazing thing, it was like 279 down the left field line, like 269 down the right field line, and 483 straight away to center. And the only guy that ever went deep there on the original Polo Grounds was Babe Ruth.
Down dead center?
Yeah, so maybe they started to do something, based on the fact that the dimensions were so off. I don't know.
Yeah. What I'm seeing is, most of you know this, ground rule doubles used to count as home runs up till 1931, but then it said that none of his home runs were ground rule doubles.
Oh, well, there you go.
But I don't know if that's true, and I'm just trying to look.
Yeah, well, Jay Pear says, look, period, it, period, up, period, which is his typing
Rockstar
anger.
did it.
Typing anger there.
When LT told me that the other day, I was like, can I just stop you right there? Why was Mad Dog Russo talking about the Polo
And I really
Grounds?
don't know why it
Wait,
was.
What in the world are you talking about if you're talking about the
That
Polo
is
Grounds?
pretty amazing, the dimensions.
Well, yeah.
Did you guys ever play
That's
on a field
that's
that didn't have a
diamond.
fence?
Yeah.
The ball would just roll forever?
Little league.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've a couple times played on a field that didn't have a fence, and I was like, well, there's no home runs here today, but unless they're ground rule, home runs.
Well,
ground rule runs. What is inside the park home runs?
Yeah, when I played, it was Pinto and Bronco, the Pinto Mustang and Bronco at Saks Youth Activities, and the Pinto field and the Pinto Mustang field and the Bronco field backed up to a creek. So any home run that was hit, ball was going forever.
Forever.
Because it was a creek that had all the
I
snakes and all that.
Same way at Buck Creek.
One of the most random in the park home runs ever. We were playing at Homewood, we were playing at Sanford one game and hit one, and it hit one of the sprinklers in the outfield and shot off away from the outfielder into like the power alley.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it was going to be probably, might have been able to stretch it to a double, but once it went to the fence.
Yeah, it was home run. Crazy last night, with the Stanton walk-off grand slam. They brought up multiple walk-off grand slams in a season, and Roberto Clemente back for the Pirates had a walk-off inside the park grand slam. They brought that up last night on the broadcast.
That's hard to do.
Yeah.
That's
I've never seen that.
Yeah, you got to have a good bounce at some point in
He's
that.
pretty fast too, though.
Yeah, let's do our sneaky good game this weekend in college football. We've all got one or two here. Hit it, Rockstar.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
This weekend's sneaky good game.
Hey, Bob Baumhauer, our good friend, he delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. If you're ever going to the Mobile area, again, daughter's in school down there now at South Alabama. When we moved her in, we had dinner at Dolphins on the 42nd floor. One of the best views I've ever seen. I think it's the highest point between the Panhandle and the Keys. But it's a delicious restaurant. Have you guys ever had Dolphins?
I've never been to Dolphins. I've heard really good things.
Oh, it's incredible. Anyway, that's just one of his 14 restaurants, but Bob does an incredible job.
So sneaky good games. I'll go first here. It's one of the great mascot rivalry games. Isn't it called the Battle for the Iron Skillet?
Yeah, it's SMU and TCU.
Yeah, TCU, SMU. Sneaky good game under the radar this weekend. Is not going to get as much national pub. It's 11 a.m. on ESPNU, playing there at Gerald R. Ford Stadium. TCU, SMU, I think it's a sneaky good game this weekend. That number is a lot closer than I think it should be for what TCU's put on tape this year. Makes me think SMU may have something for them this weekend.
We used to do a thing back in AM radio called Jim or Not. It was one of Dunaway's funniest lines ever. Where I would ask a question, Jim would give the answer, and the caller had to guess, is Jim lying or not? And I would give Jim these on the fly. To his credit, he would come up with these on the fly.
So I would do a story that I was trying to answer it truthfully, like I knew the answer.
Yeah.
And I one time said, Jim, SMU and TCU play for what trophy? And he said, well, they're two religious schools. They play for the Old Rugged Cross.
Yeah, which is a great name, right?
The old
they play
Rugged Cross.
Yeah, because you have the Methodist, Texas Christian, the Baptist, and the whatever.
Look at what's at stake today. The old Rugged Cross.
They're playing for the Old Rugged Cross today.
Such a good line. You feel so sacrilegious.
Which, by the way, is a better name than the Iron Skillet. Yeah, it would make more sense, right?
Touch sacrilegious, but yes. Yeah.
The old. Well, we should all be playing for the Old Rugged Cross.
What would our man say about that? Our booster.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Buckshot Walker.
Buckshot Walker.
Yeah.
Oh, hell. I spend more time at the foot of that Old Rugged Cross than I do in the skillet. because my wife's in there cooking on that black skillet. Baby, make me a plate. Make me a plate's my favorite saying.
Weird answer by Buckshot Walker.
It was on the fly. Yeah. Give me another sneaky good game.
I got one.
Get me out of here, Percy.
Okay, how about this? Oregon's coming off this incredible win, and people are talking about Oregon now as a top 15, and Bo Nix is the savior out there. Look, and I backed Oregon this past week against BYU, and I loved every minute of it, but now they go to Pullman. What a dangerous atmosphere, right? No, look, you look at
30,000 strong.
Washington State, they're 3-0. Cameron Ward's been good. He hasn't been great, but their defense has been really good. They're only giving up 12.5 points per game. I think this is a dangerous spot. It's 3 o'clock Fox, so everybody can watch this. I think Washington State's going to give them all they want and then some. So I think this is going to be a really, really good game.
What's the coach's name at Washington State?
Oh, gosh, give me a second.
Dickard?
Yeah.
Not Nick Rolovich.
He's doing a great job.
I didn't do a sneaky good game. I did a sneaky close game because it may not be good, but it may be close.
I'll give you your Hawkeyes good. I don't know who they're playing now.
Oh, that's Rutgers.
That's the Rutgers.
Okay,
That's the night.
Okay.
Yeah. The Rutgers night logo. Thank
If
you, Jim.
you had color, it'd be really
It's like
good.
the Grinch with the pompadour.
Iowa is at Rutgers, 6 o'clock FS1. The Iowa Hawkeyes are favored 7.5 in this game. I'm not sure they could score 7.5.
That's what y'all said last week when I laid the 22.
Yeah. The total in this game is 34, which is a small NFL total.
I wouldn't watch this game if I was in a POW camp.
Hey, Rutgers will not score. Yeah. I mean, look.
Rutgers is undefeated.
Yeah, flight across the Atlantic. I'm listening to my headphones.
Yeah. 6 o'clock FS1. If you're on a flight across the Atlantic or in a POW camp with Don.
I would not watch it.
That one guy's
Go ahead. Bamboo shoots. Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you, I will have watching Rutgers against Boston College in week 1 and watching Iowa at least their offense get back on track a little bit against a bad Nevada team last week. Rutgers will not score in this game.
Okay.
That is going to be my statement. I will be on Iowa.
That's our sneaky good games brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Hey, again, Bob Baumhauer, the first to ever deliver the delicious taste of wings. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. And right now you can get on that recession concession menu. Bob trying to take care of your wallet. $6.99 for that classic tailgate burger. Or how about the Bam Bam chicken? Only $9.99 and more. Go easy on your wallet. Lunch or dinner, Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, Tom Lugenbill coming up on the other side. And still later in the show, Todd Fuhrman kicks off our final hour of the show. That's brought to you in part by our friends at Alabama Power.
Don't forget, Alabama Power doesn't just keep the lights on. They want to make sure you know timely communication. It's more important today than ever before. You got a lot of options when it comes to reaching them, extending beyond phone or mail. There are a lot of options available for you to receive account information. They offer paperless billing. Receive your bill via email each month. For more information, alabamapower.com/myaccount. Luginbill is next.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 in Pelham or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up their doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I didn't watch the 2023 schedule release last night. I don't understand why we do it in the middle of the football season.
Well, I'm not sure why we do it. We know who everybody's playing.
But I'm
still
surprised.
You get the order.
But Georgia and Texas A&M still aren't playing in College Station. That seemed to be what everybody took away from that last night. I don't know if they were supposed to do it or not, but I did look at the schedule and said, go ahead and book me down for Georgia in the SEC championship game next year. Their schedule seems to be getting easier and easier every year because they're getting better and better. So
well, and that one out of conference game looks like crap, but that replaced Oklahoma, who the conference told them not to play.
That's right. So interesting there. This hour of the show, in part, brought to you by our friends at Wayne's as we bring Tom Lugenbill into our college football conversation.
Luke's joining us in about 30 seconds. Don't forget, yards of the month in spring and summer are not made in the spring and summer. They are made in the fall shutdown season. Make sure you shut your lawn down properly with the proper nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system, ensuring a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. You do that with Envirolawn from Wayne's. And right now you get the first month free when you use the code TNR, 866-WAYNES1, 866-WAYNES1. Code TNR, first month of Envirolawn is free. ESPN's Tom Lugenbill on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Lugs? How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. How we doing?
Doing awesome. I am just now, and I think Lance is too, just now getting around to the Manti Te'o thing. You are all over that first episode on Netflix.
Yeah, I think I'm in it a total of like 3 times, twice in the first one and once in the second one. I'll tell you, man, it's pretty disheartening to watch that thing, to realize, just what that guy went through. You just feel like the entire planet owes him an apology. And it's a great lesson on gathering information before you release a story or try to begin a story. But I thought it was really, really well done.
Yeah, and it just sucks for him because, I mean, you were talking about him obviously in the documentary as an analyst on how good that kid was going to be. He lived up to the billing, and then after he endures all that, he can't stay healthy in the NFL. It's just, guy just was snake bitten.
Yeah, what's interesting about that to me is I thought it was really, really impactful how he described he was always such a confident guy. See ball, hit ball. See ball, get ball. And those things he never second guessed. And then from that moment on, everything in his life he second guessed. And you're right, it probably impacted his ability to play at his best level, his highest level. And then with that being said, still played 7 years in the National Football League. It's unbelievable.
This weekend, Missouri goes to Auburn, and a lot have been made of Auburn's loss to Penn State, which isn't surprising on the surface, but how bad they lost and how they lost has seemed to sort of rattle the Auburn family, especially what they were not able to do defensively against Penn State's run game. Moving into this weekend against Missouri, do you think it's a game where Auburn can rely heavily on the run with Tank and Hunter there? And as a guy who used to call plays at the professional level, you've been in the college game, you were a quarterback. How can you go the second quarter without a guy like Tank Bigsby running, getting one run touch in the entire quarter of a game? How do you lose track of that in a game? You've been there before.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's your best offensive player. How is he not on the field until he wants to come off the field? Obviously, you got to manage touches. You got to have rotation. That's clearly a slip up on the sideline, whether it's the running backs coach or the graduate assistant that's charting those things, needs to alert the coach, hey, this is where we're at on our touch chart. That's inexcusable. If you guys remember last week when I was talking about Penn State, because I had just seen him, that it was so important. If Auburn was going to have an advantage, it would have to come from the defensive line because they don't have an advantage at quarterback. And then they weren't able to manufacture that. And we saw what Nick Singleton did on the ground, Katron Allen. I thought Auburn made Penn State's offensive line look much better than they had performed in the first 2 weeks, which was discouraging. The bottom line is this is a must-win game, I think, for both coaches. I think it's for Eli Drinkowitz. I think it is for Brian Harsin. Auburn has the better players. It's going to be interesting to see who has the better team. But we can sit here and we can talk about a variety of reasons why Auburn's not playing well. The bottom line is they don't have a quarterback, guys. I mean, they're not very good in the offensive line, and they don't have a quarterback to compensate for that. And you go into each and every game, and you're scared to death of what your quarterback's going to do. That's going to affect your play calling duties. You're going to want to protect him. You're going to want to protect field position. Probably going to limit the chances that you're going to be willing to take in the downfield passing game. It just hamstrings you so bad when you're coaching to avoid a mistake that you fear the quarterback's going to make, and it feels like that's where Auburn's at right now.
ESPN's Tom Lugenbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He is tired of seeing Georgia Tech as old school. That's 2 this year. So he's got Arizona State and Utah. Arizona State, Utah. That is a late night ESPN2 kick, 9:30 out in the desert. That's where you'll see Luginbill this weekend. The people at CBS tell me the biggest SEC games, Florida, Tennessee. I am more interested in Arkansas, Texas A&M. That is before you guys on ESPN. We've got a difference of opinion. Dunaway saw improvement in A&M's offense with Max Johnson. I thought it was pretty much the same thing. What did a trained eye like you see?
He was 10 for 20. I mean,
140
I think statistically, we didn't see much difference. What I will say I did see, though, is I felt like I saw more decisiveness out of Max Johnson. I thought he played faster. I thought he played with more of a belief in himself and in what the offense could do. Doesn't mean he was overly productive, but there seemed to be more of a sense of urgency with him under center. And listen, at the end of the day, if you're a Texas A&M fan, the most important thing that you have to take away from that game is that your kids showed up and they had some pride, right? And it mattered to them. They were embarrassed and they corrected it. They found a way to win a game. Obviously, they had home field advantage. Miami did not play very well. Terrible game management opportunities there on the Miami sideline. They don't seem to have any go-to playmakers for what is a very, very talented quarterback in Tyler Van Dyke. So I was impressed with Texas A&M being able to answer the toll, being able to show up, not feel bad for themselves, not feel sorry for themselves all week, and actually prove that the week before may have been a fluke.
So Arkansas did struggle with Missouri State, Luginbill, and maybe that was just a look-ahead situation because they found a way to win that game. And, watching them against Cincinnati, watching them against South Carolina, they're really physical. I think we would all agree K.J. Jefferson's the better quarterback. This just I can't get a feel on this game, though, because A&M's defense is really good.
Yeah, A&M's defense is very good, but I look at this game similar to how I look at the outcome of the App State-Texas A&M game. You look at how Texas A&M lost to App State. They got their butts whipped up front. I mean, A&M had their way with App State had their way with Texas A&M, both offensively and defensively up front. And I think Arkansas is a team that's capable of doing the exact same thing. So now the quarterback play is going to be at even more of a premium for Texas A&M. Because if Arkansas's defensive front's capable of making the Aggies somewhat one-dimensional, the bulk of the load of the offense is going to go onto the shoulders of the quarterback. And what we've seen so far hasn't been overly impressive. I will say this, and to the credit of Max Johnson and to that A&M offense, you had some of those suspensions, one of them being Evan Stewart. A lot of weapons on offense that you find out on Saturday morning are not going to be playing. You've practiced those guys in reps all week long, and now all of a sudden they're not there. They were able to weather that storm. Hopefully they don't deal with that type of personnel disadvantage this week, which could, give that offense a bit of a boost. But, two things concern me about this game. Like I mentioned, one of them being A&M being able to handle Arkansas's defensive front. And then on the flip side of that, how does A&M handle a mobile athletic quarterback that's going to run the football? You didn't get that out of Tyler Van Dyke. You didn't get that out of Chase Price at App State. Now the entire game plan changes because the guy holding the ball is a legitimate run threat on every snap. So instead of playing 11 on 10, which you've generally been playing, now you're truly playing 11 on 11.
More with Billy Hoyle. Tom Lugenbill with us, dressed as White Men Can't Jump today on our conversation.
I haven't had a lot of sleep this week, boys. I'm working just to get to the
iPad. Hat turned around. I love it, man. We're talking to Lugs and we're talking college football. I can't remember where you were on Mississippi State and how great they were going to be this year, or where you thought they would end up. But what's your takeaway from Mississippi State and LSU this weekend? What you saw down in Death Valley?
I think we all lost the old Luginbill.
Oh no! Do you hit the off button there?
Yeah, he didn't like your reference from
Yeah,
Ron
really.
Shelton.
Oh,
I know you googled
out.
that.
Yeah.
Way to insult Luginbill and make him hang up on us. What do you call it when somebody drops your Zoom connection? It's not hang up. That's a very old phrase. You don't even hang up on.
I'm here.
He's back. He's back.
Okay.
He's back, baby.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I couldn't help it. It was Will Muschamp looking over my shoulder, peering down at me. He's not happy with my hat being on sideways, frontward. Yeah, we'll go frontwards for the second half.
No. I like to turn around. I was complimenting you. I'm a big fan of that.
Oh,
look.
okay. We're gonna go back to it.
Yeah,
We're gonna go right back. All
So
right, here we go.
Mississippi State, LSU. I can't remember where you were on Mississippi State. What's your takeaway from that game down in Death Valley?
Well, number one, credit LSU for really cleaning up their act. I mean, they look like an entirely different football team from a preparation standpoint in that matchup than they did versus Florida State in week one. So I think they've done a really good job of cleaning things up. Once again, at the end of the day, when Mississippi State needs to have something to offset the passing game, they don't have it. And when you play a team that can really work you over up front, which LSU is capable of doing, it gets you off schedule, gets you off platform. I thought that Mississippi State had some drops that were uncharacteristic to their nature. I think Will Rogers is really, really good. At the end of the day, I kind of just felt like every time Mississippi State made a mistake, LSU capitalized on it. And they were able to take advantage of it and started to gain momentum. And as they gained momentum, they gained confidence, and the game just got away from Mississippi State. I liked Mississippi State preseason. I kind of felt like it was a shame that they were omitted from the AP Top 25 when you consider they had 17 starters back, the most experienced roster of anybody in the conference. I still think they are a top 25 caliber roster, and I think they'll sneak their way back in at some point if they don't just continue to stub their toe. But I think in this league, when you're playing really, really good people up front and you're going to be in the true air raid, it's always going to be difficult to be really, really good, particularly if you get yourself in the red zone.
ESPN's Tom Lugenbill on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Sam Hartman back against Vandy was pretty good. Against Liberty, the yardage was good, but he didn't protect the ball very well. They get Clemson, who you've seen. It is a home game, I think a pretty sleepy environment, but whatever. Do they have anything at all for Clemson in that 11 a.m. kick?
Yeah, no, I think that they do. And actually, I think that Wake will show up for a big game there. And again, Clemson will travel. So you'll have a pretty good atmosphere between the two fan bases. Listen, Wake is pretty fortunate. You mentioned Sam Hartman. He played well, but he also turned the ball over 2 times. The only difference was Liberty turned it over 4 times. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, that's the difference in the ball game. I think this is a scary game for Clemson. I know what they are on defense. I think they're legitimate on defense. I'd put them up there with any conversation anybody wants to have, particularly within the defensive front 7. But, man, it's the offense that worries me, guys. And if this thing is close and it gets late into the second half, I really wonder, unless Clemson changes quarterbacks, if DJ could win this game outright if it got tight, because we've seen him be very average against Georgia Tech in week 1. Fuhrman and Louisiana Tech were, respectable numbers against subpar opponents, but nothing spectacular. And now he's going to go on the road against, I think, a really well-coached football team in Wake Forest. I think this game is going to be a lot closer than people think it is, and I get concerned about DJ in a tight game.
Speaking of well-coached, a game nobody's really talking about that is so intriguing, and nobody will see it because it's on the Pac-12 Network, 8:30 Central Time. USC goes to Corvallis. I'm scared to death for the Trojans. Everybody's hyping them up. They're saying they're a playoff team. They're scoring over 50 points per game. Caleb Williams has been incredible. But that defense is still giving up a lot of rushing yards, over 6 yards per carry. And I watched this game last year. I saw Oregon State go for over 300 yards on the ground. Jonathan Smith is a great coach. This is a tough spot for USC.
Big spot for USC. And keep in mind, this is just a run that's going to include Washington State, who's been surprisingly productive. You talked about Oregon State, who I think is woefully undervalued. And then you're going to have Utah as well, with Arizona State snuck in there. We don't know what's going to happen with the Sun Devils. Listen, the bottom line is the only reason that SC is compensating for these defensive run game numbers is they have created 10 turnovers on defense in 3 weeks against 2 teams that were horrendous in Rice and Stanford, and a team in Fresno State that ran the football effectively, but Jake Haener got hurt and they were outclassed with USC's skills. So what we're seeing from offense, I think, is to be expected with the transfer portal additions and what Lincoln Riley was hoping to do. But I think their defensive woes have been masked significantly by the turnovers and the amount of series they've been able to give back to their offense. And so when will we know if SC is for real? It's going to start this weekend. I truly believe that, because if somebody's capable of lining up and running the ball at SC and doesn't give SC gifts, doesn't give them the turnover and an extra series here and there, then SC is going to be in for a dogfight, because I don't think they're good enough up front.
You're Matt Campbell. Do you stay at Iowa State, or do you take the Nebraska job if it's offered?
Oh, man. I think at this stage with Matt Campbell and what he's done with the Iowa State program, sometimes you get to a point where you say, can anything more be done with it than what we've done? And that maybe it's time to move on to the next adventure. The problem is I don't know if the next adventure is a better job than the one he currently has. It has more resources. It's got more financial structure to be able to do the things that you'd ultimately like to do to compete against the big boys. But aside from that, you don't have access to the caliber of player that people are expecting you to sign and compete with the powers in college football. I just don't I don't think it's a great job right now. And when I say that, people say, well, what are you talking about? They have this, they have that, they have this, they have that. I said, okay, well, go ask every prominent coach that's at a top 5, top 10 job right now if they would leave their job and take the Nebraska job. I can't list one.
Yeah.
Would Ryan Day leave Ohio State to go to Nebraska? No. Is Dabo leaving Clemson to go to Nebraska? No. I mean,
Mark Stoops wouldn't leave Kentucky to go to Nebraska.
Heck no. He's got a much better job at Kentucky, a much better job. Yeah. And so I think that's a legitimate question to ask, and it is very, very real. You know, I do think Lance Leipold is the ideal fit there. I think he's a special football coach. And of course, are there going to be people that are interested in it? Yeah. The question then becomes, are they the type of people that the Nebraska fan base would say, oh, yeah, that's good enough for us? Because it's not going to be a top 10 coach at a top 10 program right now.
All right, he is ESPN's Tom Lugenbill. You can see him 9:30 ESPN2, Utah at Arizona State, the first game after the firing of Herm Edwards on Saturday night, Utah at Arizona State. Lugs, enjoy the desert. Thank you for the time.
Will do. Thank you, guys. Have a great week.
All right, buddy. You too. ESPN's Tom Lugenbill with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Hey, we'll be using in the Drinks with Dunaway for your tailgate this weekend, the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila again. We'll have that out for you tomorrow night. If you'd like to purchase wherever you buy your tequila, ask for it by name, the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is a blend of the extra añejo, the añejo, and the reposado tequilas. They're aged in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal clear in appearance, but smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. We'll be mixing it in Drinks for Dunaway on all our video platforms coming up tomorrow. A couple of things before we head to break here off of what Luginbill is talking about. For Mississippi State moving forward, the concern for, you were really high on them. Where's the concern level for that offense moving forward? Because it does seem to be a simple defensive plan. If you've got some what do all the cool sideline guys say? If you got some dudes on the defensive line, you rush 3, you drop 8, and it seems to be the kryptonite for that offense.
Well, it was on Saturday. There were a couple of things. There was that muff punt that really swung the momentum. It was 13-0 Mississippi State, then 13-7 after the muff punt. It gave them first and goal inside the 10. They go up 14-13. Wheels kind of came off. Mike Leach, I know you don't like him. He's a really good offensive coach. I think he'll make some adjustments. Will Rogers just had an off game. It was just a bad final, half for Mississippi State. They bounce back this week against Bowling Green. They'll get the confidence back. I still think they're an 8-win team.
And their brutal stretch is coming up.
It's coming up.
Yep. Currently 4 top 25 teams in a row they'll have to play. Now, I don't know if A&M stays in the top 20. They won't if they lose to Arkansas.
Everybody in the West has a brutal stretch coming up.
They do, but this one is tough. Texas A&M, Arkansas, at Kentucky, at Alabama for Mississippi State after they play Bowling Green this week. So you'll know after that what they are.
Yep.
Yeah. Jay says, nailed it, Dunaway. Now I want a margarita. Well, if you want a margarita, Drinks with Dunaway tomorrow.
Oh, you're going margaritas?
Rumor has it. It's still a warm tailgate. 95 today. I think this is the last day we hit 95 here locally.
First day of fall.
Not forever. Obviously the ice age isn't coming. We'll do it again next year. But I think today's the last day we hit 95.
Landmine, we're going to get the triple digits.
Or an ice age, one of the two.
One of the two. Mr. B, Matt Campbell's a primary target of Trev Alberts per Lars Anderson.
Yeah, I saw Lars say that right away.
I wasn't going by Lars, but I did. That's why I was keep asking about Matt Campbell. We talked about it a couple of times along the way here. I had not seen Lars had also said that. Matt Campbell, to me, is the obvious choice. If he'll take it, that's who I want there. Because to me, Nebraska now is just Iowa State with money. Same job, right?
I kind of agree. Iowa State with facilities and money.
Better conference, though.
Yeah.
And security with conference. We're headed to break here. Rockstar's viewing menu on the other side. Later, we've got 4 downs. Todd Fuhrman joins us to start the final hour. Bryant Vincent off of UAB's big beatdown of Georgia Southern. That's in the final hour as well. Nichols Outfitters takes us to break right here, and they'll take you hunting this fall.
Absolutely they will. Hunting and fishing. That brand new fishing department in Nichols is still gorgeous. If you haven't seen it, you got to get out there. All the brands: Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, Sixth Sense Fishing. all in the still brand new Nichols Outfitters Fishing Department. I-65 exit 242 in Pelham and online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. And there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. With the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
I think it's a record for me. I used swallow in that commercial break twice, 2 different times. To 2 different people.
Weird record you got there.
Two different people. Brown just brought up an interesting point about broadcast rights. First, the college football broadcast rights thing. Amazon's still floating around out there, and everyone is still watching that. Since the Amazon Prime Thursday night NFL game was so popular, it has sort of rekindled the desire for Amazon to jump into college football in a big way. So everyone is watching to see what Amazon is going to throw on the table now. And would you check? Because I think this is true. I think the SEC's media deal that they signed left open streaming for someone else. I'm not sure. Would you check that?
I'll see if I can find out. I do know that I think every team each year does an SEC plus only game. I think that's right. Like Auburn did theirs. Who was theirs? I think it was the first game was Mercer. I don't think Alabama's had theirs yet. Maybe it's that tweener game. But I think every team every year does an SEC plus game to try to bolster the streaming.
Georgia and LSU have got theirs this week.
Yeah. So that's part of the streaming. Amazon apparently wanted to be a big player in the Big Ten contract, and the Big Ten said no. They turned their whatever they were offering down. Now, they did fine with the traditional networks, but apparently Amazon was doing all they could to get into the Big Ten deal and couldn't do it.
Okay, but Pac-12, Big 12 still out there. Pac-12 commissioner says that if we get a good deal put in front of us, all 10 teams in the Pac-12 would sign grants of right deals to stay in the Pac-12. That includes Oregon and Washington. So Amazon is sort of on the clock to keep the Pac-12 together and add to that.
But one thing Amazon has not done yet is they have not announced their audience for Thursday night's game. And a lot of people in the industry are saying that this is a bad look for Amazon, that they're either trying to cover something up or they had such big technical difficulties. Now they're saying it exceeded their expectations, but they still have not announced a number.
Yeah, and again, including me, we did a Cowboy poll question last week after the game, and 1/3 of our listeners and viewers had issues.
Problems, and a lot of people had nationwide problems with it.
But they think that was because so many people were trying to watch it.
That's what they're saying, but they won't announce the audience, so they can't back that up with an actual number. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I did see somebody from Amazon had said that it was the most subscribers in one day.
That is right.
And most people streaming at one time.
That is right. And they had promised the NFL an audience of 12.5 million. And they say they exceeded that, but they have not announced the number yet. And we're almost a week after that game, and they still haven't announced the number.
Yeah.
So it is kind of weird. The point I brought up, and I just saw this being discussed on Twitter, is that Judge could potentially Friday be going for the Yankees home run record. Pretty big deal. To break Maris's record. They play the Red Sox, and the game is on Apple Plus.
Yeah.
On Friday on Apple Plus exclusively.
Yeah, so every Friday, all season long, Apple Plus takes away, you Braves fans know this, it's been the Braves a couple of times, takes away from the local television. They can't broadcast the local on the valleys for the Braves, yes, for the Yankees. They can't broadcast the game, and it's just exclusively on Apple Plus. And if that's where the record is broken, it'll be a new landmark moment.
Apple Plus will love every minute of it. They'll get subscriptions.
I wonder if Apple Plus are allowing ESPN cut-ins or MLB Network cut-ins. I don't think they are. I would imagine not.
I bet they are not. Yeah.
So that's a crazy place for that record to be broken if it happens Friday night.
That's the way, though. That's how ESPN2 really got their kick, was they did a Duke North Carolina game, and people belly ached about that. Well, guess what? Everybody picked up ESPN2 after that because they're like, well, they're going to put those games there. I got to watch it.
Yeah. Crazy times we live in, and we'll continue to watch the streaming and what's broadcast where and where that record ends up being broken. Part of our show, did I already
we didn't do the viewing menu, no.
We didn't do the viewing menu. I wanted to get to also was something. Champions Boxing. I wanted to bring up Champions Boxing before we get to the viewing menu and stuff. If you're looking for a great way, Rockstar, you know what I did for the first time in a long time yesterday? It wasn't at Champions Boxing, but it was in my garage. Did my first lift in a couple of years.
I was going to say he was Lester Burnham lifting those weights.
Yeah, I was in my garage.
Did you do it naked?
I didn't do it naked, but I had the garage door open, and I said, before I do some kind of weightlifting, I need to at least build up a little strength so I can go to the gym to build up more strength.
Just shadow box.
Yeah.
What were the old weights? Were they DPs and that was the plastic covered the
With cement?
Yeah.
Cement.
Is that the kind of weights you got?
No. I've got a couple of
Rusty bar.
What's the
a bar with a cinder block on it?
What's that big heavy ball of metal? That you sling at
the kettlebell?
The kettlebell. I got a few kettlebells.
Yeah.
And I got a few of these. What are these called?
Those are curls.
Don't take the kettlebell above your shoulders.
Dumbbells.
Barbells.
I can't take the kettlebell. So I did that yesterday. So, but if you're looking for a different way to work out.
How long did you do it?
How long did I do it?
Yeah.
15,
The
30
real
minutes.
question is,
It's usually 48 hours. So
You didn't have to tell me. You looked jacked when you came in.
I asked Taylor earlier. I said, "Am I getting too big?"
Tomorrow's gonna.
I don't want to
tomorrow's gonna be
lose
fun
that
for you.
I don't want to
You'll
lose that
sore.
swimmer's body.
What?
It'll be sore tomorrow morning. It's gonna be 48 hours.
Yeah, looking forward to that, Rockstar. So maybe in 2023 I'll do my second lift in a long, long time. If you're looking for a different way to get in shape, our friends at Champions Boxing does it away from the tossing it around the old weight room. You could do it with the sport of boxing. You got 6 USA Boxing certified trainers. It's not a fight club. It doesn't matter if you're 7 years old or if you're 70 years old. They've got a workout and a class for you right there in Pelham at the corner of Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion. It's Champions Boxing. Call 205-358-8176. 358-8176, or you can just stop by and check them out. You can look them up on their social media platform as well, Facebook, Instagram, Champions Boxing AL, Champions Boxing AL. It's fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of boxing, helping you reach your fitness goals. It is Champions Boxing. Great folks down there. More college football conversations. Thursday night games. Interest level on these games Thursday night. 2 of them. West Virginia, Virginia Tech. I mean, there was a time in history that'd be a great game. Interest level on that one, Thursday night, 6:30.
Brent Pry it's gotten a couple of wins after the disappointing loss week 1, so they're sitting at 2-1. West Virginia, talk about somebody on a major hot seat is our friend Neil Brown.
I mean, he could be the next coach fired.
He could be,
yeah.
And this is one of those games where West Virginia is a slight road favorite, sitting at 2.5 right here.
Make that another Cowan Equipment poll question, Taylor, out there. Next coach fired, Neil Brown.
We're doing a dead pool here.
Yeah, Neil Brown, Jeff Collins.
Brian
Harsin or other. So that's pretty good, right?
I don't know who the other is. Who else is even in the discussion?
Well, it could be just another. It could be
I know
anybody,
that.
yeah.
I'm just saying, who are we even putting in there?
I mean, Eli Drinkwitz.
Yeah. I mean, you heard Luke's talk about how important it is. I think Drinkwitz started the season on the hot seat, and if they get drilled by Auburn.
Oh, Carl Durrell. If they
Colorado. No doubt.
Yeah.
And they play UCLA, should get drilled there and be 0-4.
I mean, the AD already set it up. Hey, look, we're going to make sure our players are ready for UCLA.
Yeah, that's why you go other, Brown. It just covers everything.
I know you're doing other, Jim, but I was just trying to give a color of who we're putting in the other.
So Neil Brown, Jeff Collins, Geoff, and Brian Harsin.
Geoff.
Brian with a Y. Just trying to help Taylor out.
Yeah,
so
there
she
are
have to
some
look
unique
anything
spellings in there, Taylor. Be careful.
Yeah, that's a Cowan Equipment poll question brought to you by Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Wait. What? Sometimes we've been together a long time. Communication skills of who's going to talk next. Brown does this sometimes. He gives me that.
Well, no,
he has something he's thinking, and so I see that. I know I go to Brown next.
Yes. Jim telling you how the show works, Rockstar.
Behind the scene.
Hey, so a lot of people are talking about this because Durrell and Collins are both about to get fired. The fact that they were the split national champions in 1990.
Yeah.
And how far those two programs, I mean, they had long since fallen to this point. This is not new. But the fact that they're both at rock bottom at the same time.
Oh, wow. So Georgia Tech, Colorado split that national championship in 1990.
It is hard to believe, looking at those two programs, that both of them won a national championship and did it the same year.
Yeah, but, within 4 years, recently, you had, what was his name?
Coach
for Georgia Tech. No.
Oh, George O'Leary?
No.
Where did he coach?
Bobby
Johnson.
Bobby Johnson.
Well, boring was going to Orange Bowls.
Yeah, but we had them against Mississippi State and Dan Mullen in an Orange Bowl, and then you had Mike McIntyre as your national coach of the year, coaching the Pac-12 championship game.
So they've had some bumps. I mean, some peaks, but by and large, there's been 2 bad programs. And it was such a flawed, for those that don't remember, such a flawed national championship. Colorado, Missouri got completely screwed. That used to be a big rivalry game. Colorado got a 5th down and scored on it to win the game. And Georgia,
what would happen if that happened in today's college football?
I mean, it seems impossible that it happened then, but it's got to be impossible now with the review. But it would be, I mean, I don't know. They burn a stadium down, man.
But see, that was 1990, and as Wicked Roller points out, Nebraska was a dynasty even after
That's
that.
true.
And look how far they've fallen.
Yeah. I mean, Nebraska owned that conference. The fact that Missouri and Colorado were playing an important game was a surprise. Colorado and Nebraska was a really good rivalry then. But that same year, Georgia Tech tied North Carolina. And those are your 2 national champions, one that got a 5th down against Missouri and one that tied North Carolina. If you don't think we've come a long way in crowning a national champion, go back and look at that year.
Yeah, Pawpaw will tell us more about college football back in the 90s later on. Let's do.
Why are you on me today?
No, I just love
so
it.
weird.
No, I love you.
When I call you Pawpaw, I loved my Pawpaw.
I did love my Pawpaw.
What you got, man?
It's time for New Life Arts.
All right.
Viewing menu, hit it.
Hey, New Life Art, our special this week from our friends at New Life Art. Buy one, get one on all unframed 8x10 collegiate classic prints. No code needed. The offer is going to expire 9/25/2022. You can shop now. Go to danielmooreart.com.
You got 2 things on Netflix today. First one is Fortune Seller, a TV scam. Follow controversial slimming cream sellers turned con artists Juana Marchi and Stefania Noble from their TV success to their scam and jail time.
Well, they were selling skinny cream, basically?
Slimming cream sellers.
Slimming cream?
Turned con artist. Fortune Seller, a TV scam. And then
Lance, that is a good one.
Lance, I got one for you today. Perfect, Lance.
Bring it.
Wait.
What?
What do you think it is?
Well, I think
it's going to be some dark.
You've already done the Jeffrey Dahmer one, right?
Is it a cult or we got decapitation?
I will tell you what. So I was flipping around. The reason I watched, before you get to it, Rocky, the reason I watched Manti Te'o last night is I was looking for something short and sweet that I could watch in one night. It's only 2 hours. But before that, there's a new true crime about some mom that was a former, I forgot what she did. Anyway, her kids disappear, and it just sounded it sounded too dark for me.
Are you going to watch
too dark for you.
Yeah. Are you going to watch the Dahmer thing that's on Netflix?
I know that story backwards and forwards.
There's a new. What I was going to say, Ryan Brown, Jeffrey Dahmer, monster. There's a new
I know
show.
this guy. Yeah,
old man grandpa over here. The story of the most notorious serial killers in the United States, largely told from the points of view of his victims. Who plays his mother, Joyce? Somebody you have never seen in a long time, Penelope Ann Miller.
Oh, wow.
Who plays his stepmother, Molly Ringwald.
Whoa.
Wow. So what is this on? Is it streaming?
Netflix. Yeah. It's I don't know if it's a series or a one-part thing, but
there's a new series on Netflix called Midnight. That's apparently the scariest thing on Netflix right now.
Really?
Yeah. I just saw the headline. I didn't read it.
Yeah. My nightmares the last 2 nights. I don't need to watch any more scary stuff.
Oh, you're having nightmares?
Terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I mean, I can imagine why. Some of the stuff you watch, it's got to give you nightmares.
I mean, really, really bad.
That's what Rockstar is watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Coming up, Todd Fuhrman. At the start of our final hour, at the top of the hour, we'll knock out 4 downs today. Did you see what Ohio State is doing this weekend?
Don't like it. I don't know why they mess with their uniforms.
It's a blackout game for Ohio State.
Stupid.
All their alternate uniforms suck, by the way.
And they've got such a great uniform.
Yeah, they really do.
I mean, just stick with it. You're a historic, tradition-rich program that's got an amazing uniform. I mean, you don't get that often. Stick with it.
But at least when you get an alternate uniform, trying to think of a good one I like. You know, like UAB in Oregon, they change their uniforms all the time.
Oregon was wearing brown this weekend.
like
I just didn't get it.
Like Florida, when they go with that ice cream truck white. That's a good look. It's a good look.
That's fine.
It's different. It doesn't look like Florida, but it's a good look.
But they're not
least.
tradition rich like Ohio State. I just don't understand how these traditional power programs do this.
Yeah, Notre Dame even looked good in their Irish green.
Oh yeah. But that's
week.
Traditional too.
Yeah, it's got some history behind it.
But the blackout for Ohio State, they have such a good uniform, and their alternates all suck. They
really
never look good.
I don't get it at all.
And Tennessee's alternates aren't good either.
Well, they're doing those smoky grays at some point this year. I don't know.
I hope it's
that's
not this weekend.
Awful uniform. Yeah.
I want it to be traditional this weekend. Scott says the Tennessee Smoke one should be burned. The
They really
Smoky
should. They're
Gray is
terrible.
not good. Their blackout one isn't good either. When they wear the black jerseys, that black and orange for Halloween doesn't go together either because the helmet's still white.
It was a Lane Kiffin thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you go ahead and wear the black helmet with the black jersey, maybe, or change the helmet, that white helmet and the black jersey doesn't look good.
To Halloween.
Blackout for Ohio State this weekend, and black uniforms as well. As we head to break here, Gutter Cap getting you ready for the fall. The colors change in the leaves, much like they do on these uniforms, but then they fall right into your gutter, unless you have.
Gutter Cap. Our friend Chris Stewart's been in business for over 20 years right here in Birmingham, and right now 45% up the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. One thing you don't want to do this fall, you've been working all week on a Saturday or Sunday, get off that dangerous ladder, you get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die, you're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap's patent aluminum cover system, it fits over most existing gutters, keeping the debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Payton designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. Things change fast these days. One thing that hasn't changed is our newest partner's dedication to serving you. Ryan Brown here for the next round, and I want to tell you about our friends at Better Business Bureau. BBB has been the beacon of trust and champion of marketplace principles, serving businesses and consumers locally for 70 years. BBB is focused on ethical business standards, including integrity, transparency, trustworthiness, and honesty. And they have something for everyone with tools like BBB Business Profiles, accreditation, scam tracker, get a quote, trusted reviews, dispute resolution, and more. You can be sure to find a trusted partner with BBB. Whether you need a trustworthy business to help you complete the next item on your honey-do list, need help avoiding scams, want to share feedback about a recent experience with a local business, or want to bolster your brand standing in the marketplace by becoming BBB accredited, BBB is here to serve you. With countless consumer resources and a menu of member benefits for businesses, they truly are a one-stop shop for your customer and business needs. Go to bbb.org and see what you've been missing. After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com. Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories, and it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, Forrester has some cool stuff for us here in this segment, brought to you in part by our friends at NASCAR in Talladega as we get ready to go racing.
877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, Yellowwood 500 weekend, Sunday, October 2nd. Don't forget Chase Rice and also Bailey Zimmerman in concert in the Saturday night infield concert. Your tickets get you in for that. If you want to try to win tickets, nextroundlive.com/Dega. Nextroundlive.com/Dega will give you a NASCAR driver. You identify their favorite football team. You are in the drawing. We'll do Saturday and Sunday, so 2 chances to win there. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Can you get these Next Round Yetis yet in our store?
Nope.
Not yet. Coming soon in the store. Maybe.
These were specially ordered by the roommates.
I mean, how do you think they're close to being in this?
They're a gift. Not even close to being 2023, but coming soon.
But nothing is better than when you ask a random.
At least Lunsford isn't here.
Yes, I found this pen laying in the hall. Can we get those in a store?
I'll FaceTime them and ask.
We do have some wonderful comfort shirts with pockets, great comfort colors with the logo on it. Those are my favorite shirts so far. I love those colors.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
Love those colors. You see those in the store, I know, because
the white one was really popular, and now we've got colors. So
yeah. I didn't get one of the white ones. I did like the way that looked, but the sort of faded crimson one, really love that one.
Well, you've been limited, right?
Oh, I can't get it yet.
Yeah,
but I recycle in 2 weeks, so I can get my next freebie. Or
my account resets.
Yeah, or as Reed tells me, I can get my credit card out. Either way. I bet if we go through closets, so you got more than me.
Oh,
but
boy.
you're more important than I am. I understand.
Just let it go.
That reminds me. Mystery Fifth Hour is up, a new one. Is that out yet? Coming soon, later today.
What are you doing?
He's got an AK out.
Wait, do we have
we recorded a Mystery Fifth Hour yesterday. It's coming out soon.
Have we released an earnings statement this quarter?
But Next Round Cocktail Hour is out. The second edition of that.
That's right. That's Kelly and Brittany, and the episode 2 is out. You can get that on our video platform.
Give you one tease. Brittany asked, do you have a pass from your husband? Celebrity pass.
Wow.
Yeah. So they get into that a little bit.
Oh, I can't wait to hear Kelly's answer.
Is it anybody on the show?
Of course, Dunaway.
On everybody's list, right?
They both go, Dunaway, Jinx!
I mean, it's me and Brad Pitt on everybody's list,
That's
right? Here's the Ohio State uniforms. Forrester has that for us here. This is them taking their good uniforms and changing them into the bad ones. That's how they look there. It's a blackout. Everybody wear black to the horseshoe this weekend, Wisconsin and Ohio State. I think they're doing a lot for a game they're going to dominate anyway.
I mean, if San Diego State did that, I get it.
And then here's the changing that to the black. See, just not as good a look.
I mean, that is one of my favorite uniforms in football, the Ohio State uniform. It is so good. That color scheme is so good.
Yeah, and later in the year, the more pot stickers they get on there.
Yeah, the pot stickers muddy it up for me a little bit, but I know it's tradition.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that really looks like something you would get at a dispensary in Vegas.
The
Those
pot stickers? Oh,
yeah.
absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so a couple of more interesting things, and I hate if you're just listening on audio, we always suggest, even if you listen to us on audio throughout the day on all our audio platforms, go and catch some parts of the show back on video, YouTube, and other platforms. Subscribe and hit the thumbs up button when you go there. Redmont Vodka bringing us this video walkthrough, our friends at Redmont Distilling.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. One of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka is our friend Charles Barkley. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have that harsh aftertaste. It's also 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, including Pink Package and the Beverage Place. Also ABC stores, available in 20 states. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
Yeah, you're right, Jay Price. Ohio State looks like Utah now in this game this weekend.
I don't disagree.
The Tic Tac Kid's a Kansas fan.
The Tic Tac?
The Tic Tac Kid.
Tic Tac?
Yeah, Tic Tac Kid.
Like the breath mint?
Exactly. And he posts this trying to get people not to take his coach away because he's happy Kansas is 3-0. He tweets, Lance Leopold is 5-10 in his only Power 5 job and has never finished higher than last in a Power 5 conference. Y'all don't want him. He doesn't want nobody to take his coach.
I mean,
so he's bad-mouthing his own coach.
It is weird when you look at his overall resume, but I think what people look at is they're 3-0 this year to start the year. They beat Texas on the road last year and played Oklahoma to the Final Horn. So he's doing all that at Kansas. You grade it on a curve.
Yeah, and even if Kansas ends up 4-8 or 5-7, the way they're scoring points, it's at least a fun product to watch.
Oh, yeah, but he was just trying to keep his
I
coach.
know that.
No, I know that. I am saying,
He's
though.
saying, don't look over here, y'all.
I get it, but I am saying when you're trying to make a case for hiring the guy, those numbers are right. He is 5-10, 2-8 in the conference, and everybody's like, God, Nebraska ought to hire this guy. I'm like, he's 5-10.
The last one, though, is from our friends at Saturday Down South. I mean, at some point, we're going to have to consider this. Here's the headline, Saturday Down South today. Kentucky football. At what point is it safe to mention playoff?
When you beat Georgia.
Yeah, the next to last game of the year. That'll be the time.
So only when you beat Georgia?
Yeah, that's their only chance.
Again, Will Levis, so hyped. And he's a good Kentucky quarterback. He's not an elite quarterback.
Listen, number 8 in the country right now, Kentucky. Yeah. Only teams ahead of them, Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, Clemson, Oklahoma, and USC.
We got a whole weekend of football this weekend to discuss. But next weekend, October 1st, that's a tough game for them. Oxford, Mississippi. That's a tough win for Kentucky.
Yeah, and I think what you'll see this week with Ole Miss, after they took it easy on Georgia Tech, your upset alert, I think Tulsa will give Ole Miss a little bit more than they want because I think Ole Miss is already looking ahead to that Kentucky game.
What's the point spread on that game? Ole Miss and Kentucky.
In
Oxford.
Both are going to win. I think Ole Miss is a 1.5 to 3 point favorite.
Yep.
Okay.
So
I'd lift them 1.5.
They got to get past that one before I'll even think about playoff in Georgia.
Okay, before you tell us about Johnston RV, top of the hour question before we do 4 downs. Top 7 in the AP poll in the rest of college football. Make a case for me. Anybody outside of the top 7 makes the college football playoffs, okay?
Okay.
Tell me who it would be and make that case for me, and we'll do 4 downs. Coming up, Brownie.
Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. They're closing out the 2022s, making room for the 23s. That means travel trailers start as low as $139 a month. Great selection of fifth wheels starting at $329 a month, 10% down and approved credit for all of that. You could see more at JohnstonRVCenter.com. That's JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, "I think you're on the beach," or the classic, "You gotta hit it, Alice." One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Always from Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken in hour number 3 on the show since we started at Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew serving up lunch right now. The door just opened. You can get in there and get a hot piece of southern fried chicken that he has brined overnight, and it's cooked to perfection every time you go to Champy's Chicken. Also, those chicken fingers that are hand-cut by Sterling himself, they are huge, almost the size of a football, perfect for your tailgates. Take a big pan of those chicken fingers or that fried chicken or those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales to your party, your office meetings, to the tailgate, whatever you're doing, champy'schicken.com. Check them out online, order ahead, or just stop by and enjoy it. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's champy'schicken.com. Forrest, I'll give you some time later in the show. Josh Nibble, y'all remember Josh, right? Was a high school coach at Hoover for a long, long time. He's now at Gainesville High School in Georgia, and I saw a tweet. He just opened up a $1.5 million weight room. I'll say that again for you. A $1.5 million weight room at a high school. And apparently, like Thompson, they have an indoor facility.
Wow.
And that kind of stuff.
I mean, you're lifting in your garage, and he's got a $1.5 million weight room.
Like most of the most FBS programs don't have some of the facilities that a few of these uber successful high schools have. That is an amazing weight room that he's got in Gainesville. $1.5 million there. So we'll get some of the Gainesville facilities a little bit later on. Headlines this hour brought to you by our friends at Simpio. LT, tell us about the great folks at Simpio.
You know, one of the first calls we made here on the next round was to our friends Blake Patterson and the guys at Simpio, because they're going to take care of all the BS in every single office. That is the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits, things we knew nothing about. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467, or online, Simpio.com.
Braves clinched last night, so they're in the playoffs. That's a good roll. Aaron Judge hits his 60th home run. Ruth in 1927 and Maris, who had 61, the only Yankees to go that deep into a season. He's only the 6th player ever to hit 60 home runs. Reports from Tom Green and now others have T.J. Finley out against Missouri this weekend, something we haven't confirmed. Brian Harsin saying different Monday in the news conference, so something to keep an eye on as we move closer to the kick of Missouri and Alabama. But the Missouri defensive coordinator Blake Baker says they are preparing for multiple quarterbacks anyway. Auburn hasn't. They've played multiple quarterbacks in every game. The question becomes, is Calzada in the game or not?
So if Ashford starts and plays this entire game, between the Alabama and Auburn schools, this is the worst starting quarterback since.
Brandon Avalos, Alabama, Southern.
You're going right there, huh? We're just going to immediately say Brandon Avalos.
What about Gabe Gross? Was pretty bad, right?
Yeah.
Gabe Gross was on an American League All-Star.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, Robbie Ashford could be an American League All-Star, too, if he concentrated on baseball. But this
anytime your quarterback's number 22, as Gabe was, I think that's probably a problem.
Yeah, this is just one of those things that, you know, when Ashford transferred, I thought it was just to get back home and, you know, maybe play both sports.
Yeah. I never thought he'd see the field, to be honest with you, at the quarterback position. I thought he was just coming home.
And now we're still in September, and he's going to be starting.
Where's the Jeff Klein line? Is
Jeff Klein before or after the first play in Knoxville?
Yeah. I don't know, man. That is that's a tough question, Lance. I mean,
that's pretty good. Jeremy Johnson. We thought he was going to be.
I was going to say that, actually. Kyle Frazier, a lot of people are saying. Clint Mosley.
I mean, there have been about Clint Mosley.
Yeah, there have been some rough ones. Ooh. Yeah. There have been some rough ones.
Yeah.
Really, there's been more misses than hits.
You know, the Brandon Avalos one, I remember that he had to start against Southern Miss. So Brody Croyle was hurt.
The game, right?
And then, Brody Croyle was hurt, and then Spencer Pennington, I think, got hurt, right? That was the progression. And you ended up with Brandon Avalos. It was against Southern Miss. Oh. I think Spencer Pennington got hurt against Georgia, if I remember right. And Avalos had to start against Southern Miss. And as I remember it, I'll try to go back and confirm this, Alabama threw like 6 passes the whole game.
Won the game, though.
Well, they won the game going away, in fact, I think. And it was like a 2.5-hour game because they ran every play.
So we joke about Brandon Avalos a lot over the history of the sport, but he is 1-0 all time as a starter. Nobody else can say that, right? Unbeaten as a starter.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
T. Martin, did he ever lose?
Because the kid that started against Ole Miss ended up losing that game. Who was the guy that started over Jake Coker?
Oh, yeah.
Why can I not say his name?
So many quarterbacks.
There are so many. Cooper Bateman started over Jake Coker. That was a deal where that was less of a Saban deal, more of a Lane Kiffin deal, I think. LT, I think. What?
Good one from Walker. Blake Barnett. Now, he had better games other places. Not many, but pretty bad in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, Blake Barnett would be starting Saturday at Auburn.
And they'd be happy about it. And
I don't think they'd be happy about it. I just wonder, and this is a topic for another day, I just wonder if Bo Nix plays like he did this past weekend for the rest of the season, Oregon wins 9 or 10 games, how are we going to remember Bo Nix? Will people put Bo Nix, the Oregon accomplishment, in with the Auburn accomplishment?
It'd be a lot like
be viewed.
Be a lot like Jalen Hurts. I mean, not to that level, but it's hard. You have to. You still see him referenced in some parts as Oklahoma quarterback Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I still view Jalen Hurts as an Alabama quarterback.
I do too. Before we do 4 downs, Forrester has the picture of the weight room there in Gainesville. Oh, there's Josh actually talking about it.
Look at him in that weight room.
Yeah.
He's the Brian Harsin of high school football.
Yeah.
What makes it the Brian? Oh, because he works out so much.
The Red Elephants, man.
Yeah.
That's right at home with Josh, who played a little bit in Tuscaloosa. But a $1.5 million weight room in high school. I mean, how many stations do they have?
That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
How many players do they have? A player per station?
Josh is still hitting that weight room, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Still hitting that weight room.
Josh can lift, I'm sure.
Yeah. A lot of talking head here. That's good, though.
I just go back to the Joseph Goodman article this past weekend. Harsin's adjustments were in the mirror and some arm curls.
Ripped off some curls.
All right, let's do 4 downs. Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Hey, in honor, we talked earlier about the 5th down. We're going to do 5 downs today. I threw 3 together.
Okay.
LT's got 2, and
Missouri, Colorado.
It's all brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Such good people, locally owned and operated. Really, anything you need bumper to bumper. Had a little situation with my daughter's car in Mobile. Unfortunately, Vulcan Tire and Automotive's not down there, so I couldn't get it taken care of. But if you're anywhere listening with the 5 great locations, one coming soon to Pell City, get in. Anything you need, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can handle. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The bomb.
It's okay. Vulcan Tires.
First down.
Better Big Ten running back right now, Blake Corum or TreVeyon Henderson, from what you've seen this year, not last year?
I would go TreVeyon Henderson.
Still?
Blake Corum's getting used more because Michigan's run first, pass second. Ohio State's more balanced, but Ohio State's got so many weapons. I think I would almost say Ibrahim is right up there. I would probably go TreVeyon, Ibrahim, and then Corum. I know Corum had 5 touchdowns this past week, and he's a big weapon for that offense, but I don't think he's as good as the others.
But keep in mind, Brown, with Ibrahim and Corum, they know they're running the football, right? So I'm stacking the box against them. TreVeyon Henderson, it's pretty light in that box because they got such all-stars on the outside.
They do, and now his level of health is in question for this game against Wisconsin. Ryan Day says he should be available. But there are some questions about TreVeyon Henderson's ability to play an entire game against Wisconsin. Something to watch, though Wisconsin's not as good as we thought they were going to be. I think I would go Blake Corum.
Blake Corum. That's my
second down.
Second down. This is a gap question, okay? The bigger gap between the best player at that position and the second best player at that position, okay? Is there a bigger gap between Will Anderson and the second best linebacker in America, or Brock Bowers and the second best tight end in America? Bigger gap.
Would the second best tight end be Michael Mayer?
Yeah. Notre Dame.
Yeah. The second best linebacker would be, I don't even know where you'd go there.
It could be Dallas Turner on the same team, or it could be somebody else.
I think I'll go bigger gap. If Michael Mayer is the second best tight end, the bigger gap's at tight end to me.
I don't know. Brock Bowers, you can make an argument, it's one of the top 5 players in college football right now.
Yeah. And we said Will Anderson was. Yeah.
Oh, but Michael Mayer is going to be a first-round.
He is, but Brock Bowers is so much better than him.
I don't know. Well, now that we can't even think about who the second-best linebacker is, I'll say that gap.
Say Will Anderson just because of that?
Yeah. I think it's Bowers and the second best tight end. I mean, I know he's going to be a first-round draft pick, but there's a lot of great linebackers in the league.
Yeah, but Michael Mayer, if he played for a different team.
We started the year off saying Will Anderson was the best player in college football. Could Brock Bowers be the best player in college football?
I mean, I don't have a problem with that. It's hard to say it's not Stetson Bennett if it's Brock Bowers, right? But To LT's point now, to be fair with Michael Mayer, they don't have a quarterback that can get him the football right now. I mean, that's part of the problem with Notre Dame is they're not a good offense.
Yeah, I don't think he's got the skill set of Brock Bowers, but most don't. I mean, Brock Bowers is basically a wide receiver.
A big
wide receiver speed, man.
Yeah.
He's
Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
But even better than Kyle Pitts, probably.
Third down.
We're going to do 2 3 downs here, 2 third downs.
Well, why would we not do fifth down?
Yeah, why don't we do 2 first downs?
No, we just talked about a fifth down before
Well, I
with,
know, but why
with
is it
Colorado.
2 thirds and not
we
2
don't have
fourths?
any. We need
Rockstar
one.
will
We
be
don't
able to
have
do
a
it.
fifth down. Okay,
He
you do
can
the
do
fifth
it.
down one. Okay, third down. More likely to back up their great Pac-12 outing last week this week. Bo Nix or Caleb Williams? Caleb Williams on the road at Oregon State. Bo Nix on the road at Washington State. Which quarterback most likely to back up last week's great performance?
I think both are in trouble, but Caleb Williams is the much better quarterback, and we've seen Bo Nix, the ebbs and flows of that career. And on the road against a pretty good defense.
Yeah, I remember Homebow Road Bow.
So I'm going to say Caleb Williams, better chance of
I think I would too. And I just trust him more overall.
Yeah, some more consistency from Caleb Williams. Don't shortchange. Give me a short answer here.
Well, we got 5 full downs. I just want to be ready for fifth down.
But the bonus down is no fun if you give me a short answer there.
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
There were flags on both sides, holding on the offense, and pass interference on the defense. Those penalties offset. Repeat third down.
Third down.
And now I turn it over to my colleague, Lance Taylor.
The great author of fiction, Stephen King, 75 today.
This is normally fourth down. Why are we doing this on third down?
Because we got 5 downs. Okay, Stephen King's
Bill
best
Murray.
work in y'all's opinion.
What?
His best work?
Uh-huh.
Poltergeist.
Yeah, see, I think The Stand was the best concept, but they never could figure out a way to put it into a miniseries or a movie. I almost wish Netflix or somebody would do a really, really deep dive on The Stand, do like a 6-hour movie, take it or leave it. The Shining was, to me, the best on screen, but The Stand is the best concept.
It was a great concept too. Just that I don't like the way he ends. He's notoriously bad for how he ends books. How he just doesn't know how to end a story. But he's such a great writer. Loves the cocaine, or loved the cocaine.
Stephen King was a big cocaine guy. I didn't know that.
When he directed Maximum Overdrive, they said he was on coke the entire time.
Really?
Yeah, watching the movie, it looks like he was. But, you know, I mean, to be that creative and to be able to stay up and just hammer out a concept like that, he probably needed something.
Green Mile, says Craig.
Green Mile was good, you know.
It was a short story.
Well,
Shawshank.
so was Shawshank,
Yeah.
and I was going to say that. I mean, and as Smuff points out, both Green Mile and Shawshank came from a short story by him, and those are two really good movies.
When asked that he was interviewed a few years ago what he thinks the scariest story he's ever written, what do you think it was?
Oh, Pet Sematary.
Pet Sematary is correct.
Wow.
Well, I mean, you think about when you bury a kid and it comes back.
Yeah. And he's mean.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah. Well, sorry, if you haven't seen Gage from the Grave, you really don't want to. It's kind of disturbing.
Fourth down.
Bill Murray, 72 today. Best work from Bill Murray. I would go Groundhog Day, but a close second would be St. Vincent. I don't know if you guys have seen St. Vincent with Melissa McCarthy.
I haven't.
It is such a good film. It will move you to tears at the end.
Oh, wow.
I promise you.
See, here's the problem
mark
with a
it
guy
down.
like
It's
Bill
great.
Murray is you just are not, and I'm not saying you, I'm saying anyone is not inclined to go with his comedy work because he has done some serious work.
But Groundhog Day was comedy.
Yeah, that's true, but yeah, I guess it was. Would you call that dark comedy? I don't guess it's dark.
Yes, a lot of Bill Murray stuff is dark
I
comedy.
mean, when he's killing himself over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Lost in
shot,
Translation,
stabbed.
I thought was a good movie.
I thought it was a little overrated, but
I mean,
he was good in that.
But my point was going to be like you would never say Carl Spackler in Caddyshack, but that's a fantastic character. I mean, it's
a great
quoted
character.
to this day.
But Stripes, we rarely go back to Stripes, but he had a ton of funny moments in Stripes.
As a kid, I loved Stripes.
As a kid, I loved Quick Change, one that he wrote and wanted Ron Howard to direct. And Ron Howard fell out and said no thank you, so Bill Murray had to direct himself. It was a box office bomb. It had Gina Davis and Randy Quaid.
Sneaky hot Gina Davis.
Yeah, it was a good bad film. Quick Change.
Yeah, I kind of liked it. I remember him on a Cubs game promoting that.
I mean, I like him as Peter Venkman in the original Ghostbusters.
Scrooge was awesome.
Oh, Scrooge is a good movie. That's a good one.
Tell you what I did not like is any of his portrayals in Wes Anderson films.
Yeah, you're not a big Garfield fan either?
I'm not a Wes Anderson fan at all.
Is he not? Scrooge? Is he a Scrooge guy?
Scrooged. Scrooge. 5 seconds ago.
Oh, you did? Okay.
What about Groundhog Day?
But we're doing 5 down, so I don't know. Everybody's confused.
Luke Wilson, 51 today.
Oh, wow.
You Luke Wilson fan?
You could have gone better.
Mitchell-Palooza, man.
You could have easily gone better career Bill Murray or Stephen King.
Hey, Greg is right from Pell City. I said it would bring you to tears, and Dunaway pulls out his pen.
Yeah, I love to cry, man. Take me a hot bath, put some candles on, put my device up, and watch it in the tub tonight. Oh
no, So I'll just give you the backdrop. He's a veteran. He's an old grouchy vet. And he sits in his yard, drinks all day, and just bitches and complains. So Melissa McCarthy, single parent, moves in with her kid, and she needs somebody to watch her kid. So he starts watching her kid in the afternoon, and they build this relationship. It's really a sweet story.
Liam Gallagher's 50 today.
Oasis.
Don't look back in
The
anger.
better Gallagher is Noel, who wrote that song.
But Liam was the one that was married to Patsy Kensit, right?
Yes.
Patsy Kensit in Lethal Weapon 2 is...
fire.
Which one's the biggest jerk? Which one is why the band's not together?
They both of them. They don't like each other. But Noel is one of those guys that speaks his mind if you can understand what he's saying, and he'll trash like their old music videos, like how much money they just wasted on those. But him and Liam do not get along, and they're.
But he does. He sounds like Brad Pitt in Snatch.
Faith Hill 55 today.
Boy, in her prime, like when she was doing the Sunday Night Football song back in the day.
Yeah, but Faith Hill and her prime are Carrie Underwood. I think
I'd
that's
go Carrie Underwood.
I think that's a good poll question. I'd go Carrie Underwood.
Yeah.
Too.
Another question for you, Taylor. I want to quit my poll question. In their prime, more attractive, Faith Hill or Carrie Underwood?
I mean,
Carrie's a IE at the end.
Legs for days with Carrie Underwood.
And she doesn't age.
Who, Carrie Underwood?
Yeah.
No, she does not.
Nicole Richie, 41 today. The only accomplishment is that show with her in Paris, right?
Pretty much, yep.
No, she is a entrepreneur behind the scenes. I mean, it helps that she has Lionel Richie's money to get her up and going.
Hey, he encourages you to vote.
But she is, again, we had her on the show years ago. She's really sweet, or she was really sweet, and that seems like a pretty good person.
Yeah, her in Paris.
I'm Nicole Richie's dad. Encouraging you to what, Rockstar?
Vote. Yeah. I love Alabama. It is my home. Sweet home.
Bob Huggins, 69 today.
Wait, how many are you going to do?
Yeah, keep going.
My neighbor down the street turned 38.
We forgot Rockstar.
And it's Rockstar's birthday today.
Okay, so Rockstar is 41.
I was going to say 42.
I didn't think we do ages on the show anymore.
Well, you did mine, Dick.
42.
You're the one, you posted it everywhere.
I didn't post it anywhere.
Well, you talked about a lot about it.
I did not.
Dunaway posted mine, so
42?
41.
41.
I did not post your age.
I'm dialed in on Rocky. I would ask you guys best Rocky moment.
Drago.
He has so many. He has so many.
Andrew Dice Clay Travis is about as hard as I've laughed at him.
Yep.
I'll tell you,
very recent.
The funniest I've ever laughed was off mic one time, and there's probably a million great moments, but I remember we were over at Cumulus, and this is back when Reed was selling, and he was sitting in his cubicle, and he was doing some desk work, and Rocky unzips his pants, and Reed had like on a leather jacket, but he drops his hand on his shoulder, and it makes this flop. And it was like he just dropped his junk on his shoulder.
Just ask what you're doing, man.
It was so good, though. You had to actually see it to hear it from the zip to the plop.
Reed wasn't a big fan of it at the time.
Yeah, I mean, he jumped.
Did he turn his head towards it or
Just
away from it?
Looked at me shocked.
It was
So
really,
surprised.
really good. So you remember that, right?
I do. It was a good day.
I mean, I laughed so many times, but cricket balls was the one that got me the best
Yeah,
of
that's
all
what
time.
people in the chat room are saying, the old cricket balls.
Yeah.
I think that was the first Gary the Gator appearance.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
First one.
Was really good. But I agree. I don't get political, but Andrew Dice Clay Travis was hilarious.
Yeah, it was hilarious. And I'll tell you one that only we saw. When I say the hardest I've ever laughed at Rockstar, the first appearance we ever made at the Selma Quarterback Club.
It's bad.
And Rockstar sang the song about the alligator that ate all the laughs. And he sang it on the fly. And we were the only ones laughing. But, man, I mean, I literally had tears rolling in my
I
cheek.
felt like I was at a funeral.
Yeah.
Hey, what did we do wrong last year? Because we didn't get invited back this year.
I did Eli Gold doing the cricket.
Oh, yeah.
Dunaway
That
said
was
this
it.
would be a great opener. It's like, it is going to bomb. And it did.
Yeah, Forster's right. $50 in the 5 Filthy Minutes video. We need to do another one. I'm ready whenever you are.
I'm ready.
We do some first weekly segments that struggle to get to segment 2.
Yeah.
That's a good one there. Y'all need to bring that one back. 5-minute videos because that went viral instantly. All right, happy birthday, Rockstar.
Thank you, guys.
That's our 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
I think we went 7 or 8, but yes, they've got soon to be 5 locations. That 5th location coming to Pell City. Make sure you get your car in, bumper to bumper. They can handle anything. Locally owned and operated. Great guys. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
That's right. And as always, as you're getting ready to play the football games this weekend, our friends at MyBookie bringing you part of the show today. Trash is in the next segment. MyBookie hoping to keep you out of the trash when it comes to making good picks.
Yeah. Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers facing off. Mac Jones and Lamar Jackson in Week 3 of the NFL. Old guard, young guns. Week 4 college football kicking with West Virginia at Virginia Tech tomorrow night. Also Coastal Carolina at Georgia State. MyBookie.ag. Get you involved in all those games. And right now you can double your initial deposit with a double deposit bonus when you use our code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND, and double your deposit up to $1,000. This is not your grandfather's bookie. This is MyBookie. Put your money where your mouth is. Get rewarded for it. Start your winning season today. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at UrologyCentersAlabama.com.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Bobby's about 20 minutes behind as you watch and consume us at any pace you want to around your life schedule. Doug Flutie wore number 22 at quarterback, going back to Gabe Gross at number 22. He did.
That's true. Won the Heisman doing it.
I think there was a guy when I was a really little kid. I'd see highlights of a quarterback who was even old when I was a little kid from back in the day. Roman somebody, did he wear 22?
I don't think so.
Or a weird number? Somebody out west wore a weird number at quarterback, too.
Jeff points out Sean White. The Sean White days were not great for Auburn either.
Quarterback.
Do you remember we used to have the running thing, like Rockstar would insist on Jocks that he was Stan's kid, and everybody would be like, hey, somebody tell him that ain't Stan's kid.
Poor Stan.
Reggie was his dad.
Stan on the show.
Thanks, Stan, for playing today.
Stan on the show. Todd Fuhrman coming up at the top of the hour. Before we get to trash, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. Set him up.
Rockstar, it is Wednesday, which means...
Done way to set you up to set me up. TRIVIA Trivia.
Odie's Team Trivia. We do it every single Wednesday night. Come see us. We'll get started a little after 8 o'clock. Me, Rocky, Will Haver. Get there a little early. Enjoy that great food from Rodney Davis. We've had incredible crowds the last few weeks. Come out and see us. You always learn something new. And again, enjoy the great food. Ice cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. It's all going on. Odie's Tavern, a Birmingham institution right there, Crestline Village.
By the way, former Auburn player Willie Anderson in the mix to be a Hall of Famer. They announced a new nominee list yesterday. Joe Thomas is on there. Darrell Rivas. I mean, he changed the map. They had Rivas Island.
Rivas and Thomas are both 100%.
Dwight Freeney is on that list. James Harrison's on that list. Willie Anderson's a carryover from last year, along as with Rondé Barber, Patrick Willis, and DeMarcus Ware, and others as we get ready to start whittling down to get to a new Hall of Fame class.
A lot of people on that list feel like they are lock Hall of Famers right there, and I know they'll probably only take like 6 or 7 of those, right?
And John Hadel was the quarterback I was thinking of, number 21 with the Chargers back in the day. That gets us to trash. Hit it, Rocky.
Bag up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry. Put it in reverse. Oh, Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. What you doing, Terry?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, fumbling through today's housing market alone, it's a bad play. That's why you should team up with the right lender. And our friends at Mortgage Right created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market, and this program allows you to take a time out. Make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget and maintaining that 60-day lock-in period while you look for your perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. Lock in your interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. James Elliott and Jackson Aldred were charged with aggravated burglary, aggravated robbery, and damage to property over an incident which took place in 2020. Today, they told the Supreme Court the two men allegedly forced their way into a unit through a garage door at about 10 p.m. on July 7th. Prosecution said one of the men pointed a gun at the resident who was in the garage, demanded his keys, his money, and his hydro set, while the other man allegedly hit him on the shoulder with a machete.
Allegedly.
Now, the court heard that Mr. Elliott and Mr. Aldridge then went inside the home where they were confronted by a man who was visiting the victim and who was cooking a cheesecake. Now, the prosecutor told the court the visitor had a large carving knife and allegedly said to the pair, "Well, you've effed my cheesecake. Game on."
Game on.
Now, the court heard the two men then allegedly stole a portable safe and exited through the garage before kicking down the front door. The victim was then hit a final time before the pair allegedly stole his mother's handbag and ran from the scene. Witness allegedly saw the pair leave the unit in a mid-2000s white Holden Ute with a damaged tailgate and a missing grill. Police said that they found the Ute at another home. Can we get a visual
What
of the
is
Ute,
a
please?
Ute?
UTE.
Did you say Ute?
Yeah.
Ute guys?
Anyway, officers told the court they found the two accused inside the home. Mr. Elliott had a smear of blood on his hand. They also found the keys to the Ute between his clenched buttocks. Police said they then searched the Ute. They found the handbag, the safe, a gun, machete, which DNA on it was consistent with that of the victim.
That's
I want to
basically
hear more about the dude that said "Game on, you effed my cheesecake."
It's a fancy El Camino.
They don't update that. They don't say what happened to him. I guess they hit him over the head too. Game
No, that
over.
is if Oldsmobile did a El Camino, that would be it.
Yep. I remember growing up, this is not going to come as a shock to anyone. Some people in Saks drove El Caminos. And I never could decide if I thought they were cool or not.
Jack's got an El Camino shirt.
Does he?
I think kids that don't see El Caminos now think they're cool.
So for those that do, I mean, you saw that photo there, but for those that don't know what El Camino was, it was basically a car and a truck had a baby.
I mean, for somebody driving an El
truck in the
Camino
back.
in the 80s, what was that thing called, Rocky? For
It's
sure.
a bit of a magnetism thing.
You couldn't turn it away, could you? I used to like the old. There's a.
No, we had one in the neighborhood, Old Forest.
Oh
Road.
yeah. The El Camino.
Had a black El Camino that would roll the streets.
It's just not a good looking car to
That
me.
just looks like trouble.
Yeah, it does.
Yep. Here comes trouble.
Yep. Driving El Camino. Half car, half truck.
Oh, the purple one.
No back seat.
Hey, how about
Nope.
this? There's a house for sale in D.C. that really caught different people's eyes. 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, and a cousin.
Oh.
I'll explain this.
What does she look like?
$664,000, by the way. It comes
For
with a guy
that?
living in it. Yeah. DC Properties.
What does the
High-end.
cousin do?
Now, at first glance, the listing for the row house, 746 Newton Place in Columbia Heights, looks like a pretty good deal. Not to us, but to people in D.C. It's not until you scroll down that you see the surprising detail. Seller's cousin lives in the house. Arrangements are being made to get him out of the property. He may prove tough to allow entry. It is buyer's responsibility to evict him if possible. Now, neighbors say the situation is even more complicated than suggested by the listing. They say the cousin is an elderly man with very few resources. If he's kicked out, he may end up on the street. Neighbors believe the older woman who owned the home passed away a year or two ago, and the dude just continues to live in it.
Well, he doesn't do yard work.
He does not. It is a big
Well, he
grown
has
up.
very few resources.
Yeah.
Said it right there in the story.
One of them is not a lawnmower.
You know what you got a lot of at that house? Street signs.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't
Reserved
park
parking.
anywhere.
Can't park at my house.
Yeah.
They do not want you parking there.
Reserved for handicap, but it's only 2 hours unless you're in the no parking zone. Then.
Very confusing.
No parking on game days.
Can I park here or not? I
Yeah.
really don't know.
Well, somebody needs to get a hold of that grass. I
Yeah,
guess you can just
boy,
weed
it's
eat it, right?
It's not that big space. I mean, you can take care of it in 10 minutes.
Nope.
They need a goat.
Yeah, I got my cousin.
Which row house do you live in? The pink one with the weeds everywhere.
The guy, that has,
the two-
the guy that has very few resources?
Yes,
Is that
right
your
between
guy?
the 2 white ones there. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think it would be good for the show if one of us was able to break a world record?
Absolutely, it would be.
I think I can break this world record.
Okay.
I really do. And this is not good, but I've got a plan on the way I could do this after reading it yesterday. Nathan Krimp, 22, took on the record for the most pubs visited in 24 hours. He ended up visiting 67 pubs in Brighton, England, in a space of about 17 hours. Now, Krimp was accompanied by a pair of friends, aimed to beat the record of 56 pubs, which was set by Garth Murphy over a course of 10 hours in Wales earlier this year.
This doesn't really impress me.
He said, it's easily the hardest thing I've ever done. I completely underestimated just how hard this was actually going to be. Now, the plan was try and keep it sober for the first 25 pubs, but that went out the window 15 pubs in. He went on to say, I had to mix it up a little bit. I tried to drink alcohol in one and non-alcoholic in another, trying to space it out. Now, Guinness rules require
here's what I didn't know.
Crimp has to drink at each pub and collect
see.
evidence, including receipts and witnesses' signatures.
I did not know that part.
He said the hardest part was constantly having to go to the toilet, which took the majority of the time. See, I think I could do this, especially if I mix in the non-alcoholics. I think I can break this record.
So 64. So how many do you have to get?
I have to do 68 in 24 hours.
What was his name again?
Crimp.
Yeah, as Patrick says, crimping ain't easy. It's not me, it's Patrick.
You got alcoholic crimp.
But I think I could do 68 and 24.
So here I'm gonna.
How many non-alcoholic drinks we have?
Yeah, the problem is you start to break that down. It's like one every 15 minutes.
2.8 per hour. So
we'd have to go to like New Orleans to do it.
Yeah, where they're right next door.
You only have to go to Athens, Georgia, my friend. 60 bars in six blocks.
Yep.
But hey, I'm ready to take it on whenever you guys are. It'd be a good segment.
Yeah, let me know how it turns out.
Forrester, what are you doing this weekend?
I thought you said it would be good for the show.
Well, doesn't mean I want to be there.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to be.
Well, you're breaking the record.
Yeah, I might break something else.
That's right. I mean, every athlete, you just watch them. They seem to be built for the thing that they're best at. You seem to be built, Lance. Rusty says, you're built for this challenge.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of skill sets, but I do think that I could break this world record. And I'm willing to try if you guys if we can plan this thing out.
Athens GA.
I don't know if Athens has got 68 bars.
They've got 60. They put it on T-shirts. 60 bars in 6 blocks.
Okay, well, now I got to find 8 more.
Yeah, I got to find 8 more.
Well, that's just in 6 blocks. Surely outside that 6-block square, they've got 8 others.
Yeah, but I just think the easier way to do it is Bourbon Street. You've got 68 in a row.
Now I think he's right about that.
Yeah, and I just dive in and out.
Yep. Razoo's, you're going to want to stay a little while and hear some music.
Yeah, and look, and I haven't thrown up since December of 2009.
Yeah, I think this is going to do it.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. Yeah.
Walker says Nashville does it now.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
Broadway. Yeah, I mean Broadway. You could probably.
No problem there.
Well
you get stuck hearing that stinking country music.
You know what? I've got us a place to stay. If you guys want to go up and do this one weekend.
Yeah. Again, I am not interested in the very least. Not in the very least. No.
I'll do it out of football season. Yeah. I don't want to do it during football.
Do you just
season.
not want to film it? You not want to see it?
Yeah, I don't want to be with you going in and out of bars for 24 hours.
Okay.
It's just as.
That's another thing. It would have to be New Orleans because Nashville's got last call.
That's right. Be a problem.
I'd be glad to film it. I don't want to be the only other person with you, though.
Well, I don't want you to be the only other person with me.
Well, I love you too.
No, I'm just saying there needs to be more people.
I have
few reasons.
Yeah. There'll be an orbit of people by the end of the night. I've been with this guy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just want to be the person that documents it and films.
Right.
I don't want to have to talk to everybody that I have to talk
I mean, with Lance, you'll end up with a veterinarian from Seattle, Washington.
Yep. He's got the best story.
I know, a cab
He's got
driver.
the best story. Listen to this story.
A cab driver from Miami, Florida, and an astronaut from Washington, D.C. And you're like, did you all know each other? No!
Yeah. And a hubcap from somewhere. How the hell did we get a hubcap? I don't know. We got a hubcap.
I wish I could.
Listen to this headline. Don't cook chicken in NyQuil. FDA warns about dangerous social media challenges. This is a new social media challenge.
We had a couple of people sent this story for trash to us, and I just saw the picture. I did not read the details of the story because I'm out on all these stupid challenges.
Now, one social media trend relying on peer pressure is online video clips of people misusing non-prescription medications and encouraging viewers to do so too. These video challenges, which often target youths, can harm people and even cause death, the FDA is stating in a warning. The latest is cooking chicken in a mixture of the basic ingredients of NyQuil.
It just looks awful.
Or
Why
just
would you
pouring
do this?
NyQuil over the chicken.
They're saying the problem here is the teenage brain isn't fully developed, so teens may act without understanding the consequences.
Oh, okay.
FDA goes on to say bullying a medication can make it much more concentrated and change its properties in other ways. Walt White would tell you this. It's bad, bad news.
Yep. You're basically cooking the water out of it, first off. I don't want to go all science on you here.
Yeah.
Jesus, how disgusting is
what
NyQuil
is it
anyway?
supposed to taste good or just make me drunk
hell
or
no.
what?
Yeah,
It's a challenge. You got to come up with new material every day, Brown.
God, that's awful.
I mean, when I'm sick as a dog, I hate shooting a shot of NyQuil, but I'll do it occasionally because I like that sleep.
I have to chase it with something.
Yeah.
Boy, that chicken right there puts you to sleep, though, wouldn't it?
I'd knock you right out.
Yeah,
Amazing you to the grave.
May not wake up, yeah.
I just heard one of Stephen A. Smith's best lines when I went in there to print trash.
Yeah.
if that dude was dead, he'd still be turning it over in his grave. And I know he was talking about.
Sterling would like me to point out here that our friends at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster, NyQuil free.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We only use Dayquil.
Yeah. Hate to say it, Sterling. Didn't think we'd ever have to say that, but NyQuil free there at Champy's Chicken.
Singles have been warned about the 5 common behaviors that are an instant turnoff when dating. Australian relationship coach Luann Ward shared an insightful video on Instagram detailing each unattractive habit, from fishing for compliments to complaining too much. Now, whether you're a woman or a man, these 5 things are pretty universal that are unattractive and a bit of a turnoff. Number 1, seeking compliments or validation about yourself.
Okay.
I talked to a homeless man today. Said, tomorrow I'm going to give you money. But I don't want to talk about that right now.
You know, I do this platform every day, but I'm just not good at it.
Yeah.
Have we ever heard that?
Man, you're fantastic.
Are you looking at me?
I was not. No.
I'm not. Number 3, using your date as a therapist to complain about your problems.
And then Brown said, and I don't know why he talks so much. I mean,
boss is such a dick. Number 4, putting yourself down.
I apologize for not staying and doing Mystery Fifth Hour Monday.
And number 5, if you continue to interrupt someone else when they're speaking.
Well, I was going to say real quick, I had a point about that.
Didn't we talk about this on the Mystery Fifth Hour?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, but listen, I interrupt to keep the pace of the show going. Sometimes
we lag. Yeah.
One of us will start to repeat themselves or get deeper into a story that doesn't fit the time restraints of what we're doing here.
Yeah.
So I'll interrupt to bring up a point that you should be focusing on. How many steaks will LT waive if Dunaway does the NyQuil Chicken Challenge?
I mean, I do.
Basically all of them if it kills me.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
true.
yeah. But I'll wipe 2.
Yeah. Thank you.
Give her. He was going to wipe 3 off yesterday for you to drink tequila the whole show. So.
Yeah, but that
I
would
do
be
both.
Yeah.
Well, if he does the NyQuil Chicken Challenge in the first hour of the show and does 2 chicken breasts, I'll wipe them all.
Oh, yeah, 2 chicken breasts down in the first hour.
First one was in the pan.
Yeah, not 6 nuggets, 2 chicken breasts. Preston says Jason Isbell, NyQuil chicken less than robotisserie.
Robotisserie would be good.
Yeah.
No tussing.
What do you think about dinner tonight?
I got to go play golf afterwards.
Oh, you have to?
If
That
not for the
sucks.
golf, I would.
Hey, our friends at Mortgage Right have a game change, and don't say I never asked you to go to dinner.
No. But you're only asking me not for my. You want me to pay a steak off. You're not asking me for.
that's
Let's
how it
hang
works.
out
Cut
like we
'em
used
down.
to.
Anyway,
Back on our old platform when we'd all just hang out as friends.
Our friends at Mortgage Right have that game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers and prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence. No hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast-track your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Yeah, Kevin's right. You can't eat one breast; the other one gets jealous. So you got to eat both breasts in the skillet there. And since we showed you ugly, awful chicken, a reminder: this hour is brought to you by the best chicken in the world, Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Champy'sChicken.com, perfect for your tailgate or your football viewing this weekend. Todd Fuhrman coming up at the top of the hour. In about an hour, we'll talk to Bryant Vincent, head coach of UAB, as we move forward today. And when it's time for me to pay off the steaks, I'll be doing it with our friends at New York Butcher Shop. It's a great place for me to go by and just pick up a 4-pack of the Wagyu, the good stuff.
Yeah, we can do that this weekend if you're interested in that.
Is it a Wagyu or a Wagyu?
Wagyu. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest and certified Angus Prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cooked to order just for you with a great selection of wines and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop, your one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations to serve you in Cobb Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, Our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services. For all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at CrockerMovingServices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, CrockerMovingServices.com. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386, or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Before we get to Chad on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Brown's going to tell us about one of our friends that can really make you feel better instantly.
Yeah, he can get you properly aligned. That's what Dr. Lee at Greystone Chiropractic does for me and my entire family. I trust my family with Dr. Lee. You can as well. It also helps that he's a massive Dolphins fan, so you know you can trust him. GreystoneChiropractor.com is the website, 981-8090, 981-8090 for Greystone Chiropractic. They also have the Element Wellness Center, which has things like IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, and infrared sauna. where there's a full spectrum of infrared saunas using infrared light, not steam, to help with cellular health, wound healing, skin rejuvenation, and much, much more. You can see it all at Greystone Chiropractic and the Element Wellness Center, all together right there in Tattersall Park off 119, or off of 280 and 119. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090.
So as a Dolphins fan, easy to get appointments in January over the last few years. Going to have to rethink that this year, right?
Yeah, he also helps elderly patients, so the Buccaneers probably could get a lot out of it too.
Tom Brady, does he do marital advice as well to help Brady out?
On that.
All right, let's go to Chad is in Gadsden. Hey, Chad, how are you, man?
Hey, guys, I'm great. Thank you. I want to make 2 points, both about Auburn football. One of them, I called before the season. Jim, I think you were out that week, but I called before the season, and I said I didn't feel like I could see even a 4th or 5th win. I mean, the 3 cupcakes I feel like Auburn would get, and maybe Missouri. And, of course, San Jose was probably a losable game looking back at how things went. I think Lance said that Vegas was maybe 5.5 with the over-under on Auburn wins, and I think, Lance, you even said 6 or 7 wins is what you thought might be the case. I'm kind of thinking that 4 might actually be more in the wheelhouse. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I agree with you now. After watching what we saw, and it wasn't just a loss to Penn State, it was how they played in the second half. And watching these quarterbacks, I mean, the offense is lost right now. The schedule obviously gets much tougher. Second half of the season is one of the more difficult schedules in all of college football.
How many teams left on their schedule are Penn State good or better?
Well, I would say 100% Georgia is.
Yep.
100% Alabama is.
100% Alabama is. I think Arkansas is.
I would agree. I think A&M is right there with Penn State.
A&M and Ole Miss, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, there's at least 3.
I think there's 5.
Okay. You think there's 5, huh?
Yeah.
That are as good as Penn State.
That's the one takeaway from this weekend. We will see how good Penn State is as the season progresses. We don't know right now. We know how good Georgia is and how good Oregon looks now. Now, from what I saw, though, I agree with you guys that Auburn looked worse than even Oregon looked against Georgia.
Yeah, and look, and they didn't compete with them. More importantly, how many on those teams are better than San Jose State? Every team coming up.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I could see Auburn. I can't even remember who the last cupcake is. I could see them winning that one, and I think Missouri.
Again,
Western Kentucky.
I will continue to point this out. That is far from a layup for Auburn. To your point, Chad, that is a team that led the nation in scoring last year, and they're right up there again this year. They destroyed somebody. Who did they destroy? Or no, I saw them. They were heavy favorites over somebody. I mean, that Western Kentucky team is not a layup for Auburn.
Well, and so let's assume that it is a 2-win, 3-win, 4-win season, and Harsin goes away. I think there should be one name on the list, and I think it should be Mark Stoops. And it's not because of the "what have you done for me lately?" What he's doing this year, which is incredibly impressive. But if you look back from 2013 until now, I don't remember him really having a consistently disappointing anything. And then, of course, the year, it might have been 2018, I'm not sure, where he didn't have a quarterback and still had a just incredibly great run offense. And I feel like he could come to Auburn and make them, within a couple of years, a 9-win team again, get them back to the former glory, so to speak.
Oh, at least. I mean, he's won 10 games in 2 of the last 4 years. He's trending on winning 10 games. So there would be 3 10-win Kentucky seasons in a span of 5 years, and I think they had one in the history of the program before Stoops. So I don't know if he'd take the job, though. It's a better job, or traditionally, historically, it's been a better job. Right now, though, where he is, I don't know if he wants to deal with the politics involved.
Yeah, so
that's who I'd go after.
Gene Chizik won a national championship. Gus Malzahn played for one. Brian Harsin will not. Mark Stoops, though, has yet to get his program there, but they've got a better shot this year. That becomes a tough choice of whether to leave or not, but you've seen at Auburn. You can go to the national championship. You can win a national championship, and we just have never seen that at Kentucky, despite the great job he's done there. And you got to think, for a guy like Mark Stoops, it'd open up the Brinks truck. Todd Fuhrman on the other side, talking about all the games this week. LT will send out a lock a little bit later on at The Lance Taylor. That is brought to you every day by the great folks right there at Hemphill Services. They'll fix it right. If it's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, they'll fix it right, and fix it the first time. Adam, Chad, and the crews, that's the company you've trusted here in Birmingham since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call them up now for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Todd Fuhrman's about to join us. Todd Fuhrman from the desert.
You sound like Gus Johnson.
We're going to talk about all the odds in the college football games this weekend after LT tells us about what Fuhrman has. I mean, it's 95 here today. God knows what it's in the desert today. Sack index today is 9.8 with our friends at Nut Dust.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is the week, especially if you're here in Birmingham or around the surrounding area, you need Nut Dust. Of course, Fuhrman always needs it out in the desert. Nut Dust is redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust is talc-free. It's an all-natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt, available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day, our friends at Nut Dust, they've got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. Put in that promo code TNR for 15% off your order right now. Again, officialnutdust.com. Put in promo code TNR.
BetTheBoardPodcast.com. BetTheBoardPodcast.com is where you hear him. Also follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. He is the former odds maker at Caesars Palace, and he is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Fuhrman? How are you?
I'm doing well, and thankfully, gentlemen, it's a dry heat out here, so you guys have to deal with a hell of a lot more humidity there than we do, and your temperatures may actually surpass ours. I think our forecast in the low 90s.
Hotter than Vegas.
It's unfortunate for us.
Sack meter perfect where Fuhrman is.
Hey, I saw this weekend, and I forgot the name of what's the new sports book out with a huge pool and all the video screens?
A stadium swim at Circa?
Yeah, have you been?
I have not, but the way that it's been described to me, essentially, guys, think of being in the sports book. Now think of being at a sports book if every middle-aged man took their shirt off and was yelling. That's the kind of experience you'll get on a Saturday or Sunday out there at Stadium Swim.
So target-rich environment for some chick that's on an dating app right now, right?
Cares nothing about her life.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest here. I mean, you're not fishing from the high end of the pool if that's where you're going out there to try and meet your potential soulmate as a young lady, so we'll put it that way. But from what I've been told, they've done a great job out there. Obviously, if you can be in the sun, you can gamble, you can watch the games, take it all in. But if you're out there shopping talent, you're probably not going to find a talent pool like you'll find at Omni at 1 a.m. on a Thursday night.
Hey, give me the odds of the number of the people at that sports pool that are urinating in the pool at that point.
Oh, I mean, that's a high level, but, compared to the day clubs, I feel it's a much safer dynamic. I'll have to try and find the article. The local paper out here, the Las Vegas Review-Journal, actually took a sample. I believe it was from Wet Republic earlier this year or last year, and the numbers are somewhat staggering. Let's just say never put your face below the water there and never go in there with an open cut. You may need to get a leg, arm, or other appendage amputated if that's the case.
I swear, I went to one of those, it was Bear at the Mirage. And the people that were there at noon were still in the pool at 6 p.m., and they drank the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, you begin to wonder when you're polishing off buckets and buckets of beers and the same group of individuals doesn't move from their perch in the pool, how those things are working from a biological functioning standpoint, and it leaves more things to memory than anybody wants, and use your imagination. But I will say there is no better experience than being at the day clubs. When they do a little night swim, don't go in the water, but the energy and excitement out there is excellent.
All right, Todd Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I know all of you want to know. We're going to finish by asking him how much the Dolphins Super Bowl odds have improved after Sunday's win at Baltimore. So hang on for that. Auburn is -7 hosting Missouri. The reports here in this state are that TJ Finley will not play. Tom Green of AL.com reporting that. I can't imagine it affects the line any. What are you hearing in Vegas about that, and what are your thoughts on Auburn, Missouri?
Yeah, it had absolutely no impact on the number. Auburn was a 7-point favorite. Finley gets downgraded to out as far as odds makers were concerned, and the number still sits there at 7. We know he was unable to finish the game last week against Penn State. That was something that just kind of snowballed on the Tigers. Penn State, once they got running downhill, we saw how explosive Nate Singleton could be. You look at Missouri in this spot, you do have some concerns about what exactly Missouri's about from an offensive identity standpoint. In my opinion, this is a favorable matchup for the Auburn defense, who doesn't have to worry about a lot of explosive playmakers. At the same time, I'm not running to lay 7 here. I'd probably have a slight lean towards going under the total. We did see a move there from 53 down to 51.5, 52 at some books, and it wouldn't shock me at all if we were talking about this game played with the first team to 27, getting out of Jordan-Hare with a victory.
Fuhrman, random game here, 9 o'clock kick in the desert, 9 a.m. kick on Fox Sports 1, but 2 undefeated. It's 3-0 Duke, 3-0 Kansas. Somebody asked me a couple of weeks ago, who's going to be that one team that covers every game this year? And, it's almost an impossible question to answer until they get on that roll. But Kansas, not only 3-0 straight up, 3-0 against the number, and I think you're getting a fair price with Kansas this week in Lawrence.
Yeah, pretty incredible when you consider that the Jayhawks win total coming into the year was 2.5, and you're able to cash that over ticket before we even flip the calendar from September to October. And Lance Leopold, obviously the early front runner for Coach of the Year, trying to turn this program around, and he's making Jayhawk football fun. I mean, this team, it doesn't defend exceptionally well, but they can move the ball both through the air and on the ground. Pulled off back-to-back upsets, knocking off West Virginia as 2-touchdown underdogs, followed it up last week against Holgo's bunch in a game they dominated more or less from start to finish. The price is definitely reasonable, but when I look at Duke, I'm interested to see what Mike Elko's offense is able to do, because defensively I think Duke can be a little bit better when you bring in defensive-minded head coach. Duke is a team who's actually been pretty good against the number in non-conference game, normally because they're discounted. And it's so unique for a team like Kansas to go from being the hunter to the hunted, having a giant target on their back. This number's moved a little bit, but through the dead zone, Kansas opened a 9.5-point favorite. We're now down to 7.5. At 7, I think we would see some resistance. But for me, this is a measuring stick game for how Kansas handles a bit of prosperity, potentially setting up an undefeated showdown if they hold serve there, and Iowa State's able to dispatch Baylor themselves.
After Anthony Richardson in Florida beat Utah, top 10 Utah in week 1, I fast forward to Anthony Richardson versus Hendon Hooker this weekend. Apparently the Florida team has done the same thing. They have not played the same since. What do you make of Gators and Vols on Rocky Top this weekend?
I think this is a tough game for Florida, but at the same time, the job may get a little bit easier if Cedric Tillman is officially ruled out for Tennessee. Last check, he was day-to-day. The folks that I talked to said they were trending towards out. Now, Tennessee does have some other capable receivers in Jalen Hyatt, who was their go-to guy last week against Akron. You look at Brew McCoy, he adds a wrinkle as well. But maybe more importantly for Tennessee in this matchup, they should be able to get Jabari Smallback, who was injured during the first drive against Akron. So if you have him and Jalen Wright, you can pair those two together and run the football right at the soft interior of this Florida defense, a group that really struggled last week against USF. And that was a Bulls team that makes no efforts to throw the football. You mentioned Anthony Richardson, and it has definitely been the end of the honeymoon phase. When you look at his performance against Utah, opened some eyes, dropped down to 16-1. He now finds himself in not exactly rarefied air. He's one of 4 players in college football that has not thrown a touchdown this season, but has at least 4 interceptions. He joins exclusive company of Jerry Bohannon at USF, Hawaii's Braden Shager, and New Mexico State's Diego Pavia. It's a little bit different than if you're mentioned in the same breath as Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. The other thing about it for Anthony Richardson, the reporters down there in Gainesville are saying he's been reluctant to run a little bit after he took a hit to a surgically repaired knee in the Kentucky game. The other buzz is that Jack Miller isn't quite ready to be his backup, so they want to be more conservative. However, Tennessee hasn't been this heavy a favorite ever against the Florida Gators, and my numbers go back to 1976. So a little bit unusual when you've lost 16 out of 17 to one of your biggest rivals to be laying this kind of tariff.
BetTheBoardPodcast.com is where you hear Fuhrman's work all the time. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. He is Todd Fuhrman, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter, former odds maker at Caesars Palace, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. North Carolina does nothing but score. Notre Dame can't score. The Tar Heels favored by 2 in Chapel Hill against an offensively challenged Notre Dame team. 2:30 ABC kick. What do you think there?
Yeah, a fascinating game, because if this game had taken place week 1, you'd have been looking at Notre Dame more than a field goal favorite on the road. And this is a North Carolina team, to your point, led by Drake May, that has shown plenty of big play potential. And that over the first couple of weeks has even been without their most talented wide receiver in Josh Downs, who should factor prominently into this particular game. You did see UNC open up as a short home underdog at +1 at some books, now out to 2 at some books out here in the desert. For me, it almost feels like fool's gold to try and make a case for UNC, but I just think they're more talented, and this may be one of the few games on the schedule where Mac Brown doesn't give much in the coaching box against his counterpart in Marcus Freeman. And until I see more from Notre Dame and their ability to be buttoned up, I'm not sure they can match that level of athleticism, but not enough wiggle room for me to get involved. One that I will definitely be fascinated to watch to see which team can figure things out as we get into the heart of conference play.
So we do a sneaky good matchup every Wednesday, and Browns today was out of the Big Ten. It was Iowa and Rutgers. Now
sneaky
everybody
close. I said it was sneaky close.
Everybody,
sneaky
Fuhrman, I've got a point to this game. Everybody told me last week, how is Iowa going to score enough points to cover against Nevada? And after waiting and watching for 6 6 hours when that game finally wrapped up. I did lay the points with Iowa, got home with a win. Now they're 7.5 on the road in Piscataway. The thing that jumps out at me about this game, I have never seen a total in college football at 34.5. Have you seen anything lower than 34.5 at this level?
It's actually down to 33.5 at some books right now, and I'm seeing 34. This reminds me of when I first started betting NFL games and the Steelers would play the Ravens, and you would see NFL totals in the high 20s, low 30s, where a first team to 13 was typically good enough to win. It's rare to see a number this low. We did see an FCS matchup. I think it was Morgan State and Sacred Heart last week that was 29, and the game ended up going over the total. You can understand why this total is as low as it is. Rutgers barely eclipsed 200 yards against the defensive juggernaut last week that is the Temple Owls. Meanwhile, Iowa, they're making their fans' eyes bleed with their lack of offensive displays over the last couple of weeks. But the more I dig into this game, I almost feel like you can only make a case to go over the total because it's one turnover, one special teams play that can put you in harm's way. For me, I would also lean towards Iowa laying the points. I'm not sure Rutgers scores more than 7. They just don't have a whole lot of playmakers as much as I really like their offensive coordinator.
Did you see anything from Texas A&M and Max Johnson at the quarterback position that makes you like the Aggies this week against Arkansas, or are you on the Hogs?
You know, when you look at Jimbo Fisher, he's still stuck in the Stone Ages for the way he calls plays. It's run first down, run second down, and hope your quarterback bails you out on 3rd and long. I think Miami was the better team last week, but Mario Cristobal, no stranger to banging his head into a brick wall either, because, guys, when you have a chance 3rd and 6 inside the 10-yard line and you don't pick it up, you have to kick a field goal to take a 2-score game and keep it a 2-score game like we saw. Tyler Van Dyke, unfortunately, going through for Miami a little bit of what Justin Herbert saw. So I look at Texas A&M defensively. I think they can make life miserable for KJ Jefferson. They can take away the run. We know how stout they are in the trenches. I worry about A&M's playmakers on the outside, but I think as this number ticks down a little bit, it may be yet another buy low opportunity for A&M. I just wasn't bullish on Arkansas coming into the year, and I keep waiting for A&M to get it together. I made the game 2.5, so at -1, 1.5, I just don't see a ton of room, but it'd be A&M or pass.
Okay, Bet the Board podcast on all these other games. I'm going to give them a choice of 4. Tell me about one of them. But Oregon and Washington State, USC, Oregon State, TCU, SMU, Baylor, Iowa State, Texas, Texas Tech, Wisconsin, Ohio State. Pick one of those games, and everybody else go to Bet the Board podcast to hear more about those games. Pick one of those and give me a nugget.
Yeah, so USC-Oregon State is actually a game that we did an extensive breakdown on the same way with Wisconsin-Ohio State. But we'll go to the Big Ten because I think this Wisconsin-Ohio State game is interesting. Anytime you see a Buckeyes total hung in the high 50s, you can understand why. But this is also a Wisconsin side. They claim that they're going to be a little bit more aggressive passing. Graham Mertz showed flashes last week against New Mexico State in their 66-7 win. But this will be the true test because Jim Newell's defense has been stout against the run, at least through the first 3 games. When you look at Ohio State, they have a wealth of riches on the outside, and they're doing this, putting up gaudy numbers without a healthy Jackson Smith and Jigba. They were 13 yards away from what would have constituted a program high last week against Toledo when they scored 77 points. Normally, I'd love to take the defensive dog here, but if Wisconsin gets down 2 scores, do they have enough in the tank to battle back? I just don't think that's the case. I actually lean under the total here, and I think it's correlated to the favorite because I don't think Wisconsin scores more than 14 or 17 points.
Todd Fuhrman on Twitter, at Todd Fuhrman. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Before you go, a couple NFL ones first. I will ask you about the Dolphins coming off that win over Baltimore, but the number at home against the Bills that opened 4.5 is all the way up to 6. Why have the Bills climbed so much?
Public perception plays such a big role. People saw Buffalo on national TV audience, not just on the season opener against Lance's Rams, but also Monday Night Football against the Tennessee Titans. But you look at this number, and it's mind-boggling to me on some level because Buffalo on the look-ahead price against Tennessee was a 7-point favorite at home. Now they're laying almost a similar price tag on the road against Miami. And while Miami was a little bit fortunate with that ridiculous comeback in the fourth quarter, asking Buffalo to go out there and absolutely embarrass and boat race a team in the division feels like a tall mountain to climb. So as this number ticks towards 7, the home underdog definitely comes into range for me. Meanwhile, the total, you can understand why this has been bet up. Very sharp money when this number opened at 50.5, 51. I think you're talking about both offenses being able to flourish. It'll be interesting to see Tua and how he navigates against a Buffalo defense that'll most likely go with a too-high safety look, allow Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer to take away the deep ball and minimize the speed of Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle underneath.
All right, Fuhrman picking the Dolphins there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
Plus the points, but
he likes them to win straight up is what he said.
He didn't say money line.
He said straight up Dolphins win.
Hey, Fuhrman, I've never liked Aaron Rodgers. I mean, from just being a weirdo, a me guy, greasy hair, everything. I've always respected how good he is, but I think another reason I've never liked him is I'm always against him because, I'm a contrarian. But last week I was on him because people didn't believe they could cover that big number. And this week they go to Tampa. They're getting 1.5, and it looks like the public's going to back Tom Brady in this terrible Tampa offense.
Well, you should also add to that equation that Aaron Rodgers apparently is a self-proclaimed chemist, given his comments about things that are plants can't be drugs. I don't want to explain to him where cocaine, heroin, and a variety of other illicit substances also come from, but that's a different discussion for a different day, and I'd expect a little bit more from a Berkeley-educated man. But as far as this game on the football field is concerned, LT, Green Bay has taken sharp money. Price opened at a field goal. It's been one-way traffic on the Packers, given the fact that Tampa has really struggled to move the football, not between the 20s, but to convert those drives into points when you get into the red zone. Mike Evans is arguably the biggest cog that Tampa has in their passing game, and it'll force Tom Brady to spread the ball around. They're so desperate that they're bringing in Cole Beasley from the practice squad. We'll see how that pays off. At the same time, Tampa's defense has been one of the more underappreciated units. Now, I know no Hakeem Hicks in the middle, which changes the dynamic a little bit, but that's also the reason you saw this total open at 45.5 Monday morning and immediately get whacked as low as 41. It's come back a little bit at 42. I can definitely see back in Green Bay here, but with the number in no man's land at 1.5, I think it makes for arguably the best teaser leg that you can find to get them through the key numbers of 3, 4, 6, and 7.
All right, more of what you've just heard from Fuhrman, a lot more at bettheboardpodcast.com. That is bettheboardpodcast.com. Follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. Have a great week, Fuhrman. We always appreciate the time.
Hey, always a pleasure, gentlemen. Happy wagering and enjoy the games this weekend.
All right, buddy. Take care. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, Rusty, yes, they are without Mike Evans. Chris Godwin is doubtful. Julio Jones is questionable.
I don't think you guys can win this.
Kyle Rudolph is still questionable.
May as well not even show up.
I think Julio will end up playing. Green Bay's defense is good. Y'all's defense is elite. And the quarterback's not even close right now to me.
Aaron ahead of Tom? Yeah. I would agree with that. Don't underestimate the crowd in Tampa.
Oh, yeah. No, I think it comes down to...
Never find a northerner, Packer fan in the state of Florida. It's all Buccaneers.
To Fournette, Aaron Jones, whoever has the better game, because I think both defenses are going to play well. And this total's gone from 47 to 41. Yeah. Probably play the under here.
If you've got Brait in your... fantasy league, play him this weekend. Red zone touchdowns from Brait.
Hey, by the way, Brian Harsin on the SEC teleconference right now was asked point blank if TJ Finley is practicing this week. His answer, all those guys are at practice.
At practice. Didn't say he was practicing.
That's dancing around the answer.
At practicing. Yes. More on that coming up, and a couple of Forster sound bites that are must hear. Part of the show being brought to you by a couple of folks. One of them, the Pants Store, the only place to get your game day gear for the games this weekend, football or basketball season. Great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and they opened the store at Auburn yesterday. So welcome Auburn to the Pants Store family.
Pants Store.
Yeah, six War Pants Store. Yeah. 6 locations with a new one coming to Hoover very soon. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, they got the women's wear as well, specifically designed game gear for the women at the Pants Store. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Auburn, and soon in Hoover as well, the great folks at the Pants Store. The show also being brought to you by our friends right there at Michelson Laser Vision. On the Michelson Laser Vision look ahead, what one quarterback said he had to apologize from, and Mike Gundy closing the door on Bedlam finally. And still to come, Bryant Vincent, all in our Michelson look ahead.
969-8100, that's the number you need to call to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, it's been 20 years. I got the procedure done. I had the 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Now I've got 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with that hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Jen Michelson, Dr. Mark Michelson, the best in the business, in my opinion. Call today, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com for more information.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. And there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Only one place to go for your roof, whether you're fixing it, getting it inspected, or what. It's Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing, the most respected roofing contractor that I know, and you should know him too, so he can take care of you. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. He's locally owned. He and his wife own the company, so they make all the decisions, which help you out. They have the best warranties. Insurance companies trust them. So with Greg, the insurance company is more likely to say yes than no. It's just the way it works because they trust Greg, that he's not trying to pull one over on him. And they know where Greg is if he tries to do something, right? So Greg's never going to do that. He's a trustworthy guy, and that makes the insurance companies always give Greg a thumbs up. Here's the phone number you can call to get that free no-cost inspection. Free no-cost inspection on your roof, 205-542-3531. Save this number as well, or if you ever need it, hit me up on social media. If you ever have storm damage, 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City in Storm Restoration Roofing. Drake May has now apologized for these comments. This is from our station, WRAL, up there in the Carolinas.
Our station.
Drake May talking about a rival.
I had to reopen that file.
Yeah, that's okay. Computer froze up there. He's talking about rival.
Whether you want to admit it or not, growing up in Carolina, you're going to be a Carolina fan. And some people may say State, but really people go to State just can't get into Carolina. So, at the end of the day, playing for Carolina, a lot of people from North Carolina want to do.
Yeah, I don't think you should apologize for saying that about your rival.
No, and people pull up, they grow up pulling for Carolina because of that jump man behind them.
Yeah,
because of basketball.
Yeah,
I mean,
not because of football.
True. Yeah, they're not making that decision.
And trust me, I don't think
football.
he wants to smoke NC State by the end of the year.
He doesn't, maybe, but in college football, rivalries are what it's all about. If you're an Ole Miss player, you make fun of Mississippi State. If you're an Auburn player, you make fun of Alabama. If you're a North Carolina fan, making fun of NC State, it's no big deal.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't have any idea why he had to apologize.
Yesterday we told you about Bedlam. Brown told you it's not really that big of a rivalry because Oklahoma always kicks Oklahoma State's butt. Oklahoma State needs that rivalry game more than Oklahoma needs it. Oklahoma is going to be with Texas, and they're going to get better rivals, as we talked about yesterday, in the SEC, whether it's with Texas A&M, whether it's with Alabama, whether it's with Georgia, whether it's with LSU. Oklahoma State needs this rivalry, and then yet Oklahoma State is still taking this attitude about not having room on their schedule. Here's a lengthy 1-minute, 45-second soundbite from Mike Gundy on that yesterday.
I'm going to state facts. And if at any time I say something that is not a fact, you guys can stop me. I think that's fair, right? Isn't that what we want? Right. Okay. OU's officials were in negotiations with the SEC for months and months before anybody in this league or the conference knew about it.
Fact.
No objections? Okay. During those multi-billion-dollar conversations, I wonder if Bedlam was ever brought up at that point.
No.
Instead of the money.
That's a misleading question.
Bedlam is history. We all know that. We've known that. Because OU chose to follow Texas and the money to the SEC. It's okay. Is that a fact?
Follow Texas. His wording now.
Oh, yeah.
So now, we're having what I think are childish discussions, in my opinion. Okay? Over something that's done. And I would like to make this the last statement I have, because I have no hard feelings, but what's going on now is almost a situation with a husband and a wife, or a girlfriend and a boyfriend. When you know you're dead wrong and you try to turn the table and make them think they're wrong. When Oklahoma State has no part in this. So everybody needs to get over it and move on and quit trying to turn the tables. It's somewhat comical that they still want to bring us into this equation. I want somebody here to give me one example of what Oklahoma State had to do with this. I'm listening, really, and this is I'm not the head coach, I'm just a guy on the street.
Coach Gundy?
So let's not turn the tables. Let's just say, hey, look, we chose to follow Texas and take the money, and we're going to the SEC. It's all good.
Oklahoma State's AD did say, we don't have any room in our schedule for an out-of-conference game with Oklahoma at this time. That was an Oklahoma State AD comment.
Well, I will say this is an overrated rivalry, but I will 1,000% watch this year's edition.
Hey, his hair is like a miracle. because,
this Rockstar's right. It's one of these.
Well, it's like Dr. B got a hold of it because it normally grows in the back with the mullet, but I mean, that thing is so bushy up top now.
It's one of those.
Bryant Vincent coming up in the next segment. Our show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. As we head to break here, tell us about the great legacy of Bromberg's. We'll talk about UAB's legacy on the other side.
If you're looking at popping the question, they are your diamond specialist, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Oh, man, what a beatdown. One team goes to Nebraska and wins the game. That was Georgia Southern. Then they come here to Birmingham, and they get beat by double digits. We're about to talk to the Blazers head coach that's brought to you every week by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of with our friends at Legacy Credit Union, the official credit union of the UAB Blazers.
And their head coach, Bryant Vincent, with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Coach. Congrats on the win. How are you today?
Doing great today. A lot better this Wednesday than last Wednesday, guys. So doing good. I appreciate you having me on.
But speaking of that, Dunaway just brought up the fact that Georgia Southern goes into Lincoln, knocks off Nebraska. I mean, y'all 7-point loss to Liberty. You got to feel a little bit better about Liberty going on the road to Winston-Salem. Sam Hartman's back. They turn it over 4 times, and it comes down to a 2-point conversion.
It does. I kept up with that game. I watched the end of it, or watched the replay of it, and a minute and 11, they score and they go for 2, which is probably exactly what we would have done. But, it goes back to that Liberty game that we played hard from the very beginning to the end. We never broke. We never faded. We just turned the ball over 4 times, and that's kind of what it came down to. And then to come back against Georgia Southern and just crank it up another notch. We were more intense, more passionate. The kids were excited about practice each day, and we're looking forward to the challenge. And then to be able to go out there Saturday from the opening kick to the very last snap and really lay it on the line and give every ounce of energy and passion, that we had in us all the way till the end I was extremely proud of our coaches and our players.
Now, Coach, I'll be honest with you. The only college football games I've ever coached, EA Sports college football, and I play the dynasty mode, and I occasionally will cheat. I will create a running back that's 99 speed, 99 power, and when I get in trouble, I hand the ball off to him. And sometimes I feel like I'm cheating. Did you feel like you were cheating with Dwayne McBride the other night? I mean, he was pretty good.
He was good, and you go to the Liberty game, and he had 177 that game. I mean, that's why after the game I said we got all the confidence in the world in Tebow and Skull, but Tebow, he's the same guy every day. He was just a little bit more amped up all last week because he felt like he let his teammates down, and that's the kind of guy he is. A lot of guys like that are that type of player, much less that type of running back. It's about them. And there's some selfishness in there, and there's no selfishness in Dwayne McBride. And for Tebow to come out and his focus in practice every single day was incredible. It was at an elite level, and I knew Saturday we were going to see the best Dwayne McBride we had seen up to that point, and that's why we give him a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, I want to point out for fans that don't realize this, Coach, he's only played 2 games for you, and he's 7th in the nation in rushing yards. And everybody else has played 3 or 4 games. He's got fewer games and is still 7th in the nation with those 400 yards.
If he was playing for an SEC team, people would be talking about this kid nationally.
I mean,
no
it's
doubt.
incredible what he's doing.
They should be talking, yeah.
We agree, and we feel like that, with his purpose, he comes with a purpose and passion, and he's in it for the right reasons. He runs with great pad level. His change of direction and acceleration is elite, and that's why you see the first man never really gets him, and we just had to, shore up that arm bar that you saw Saturday, especially that one sideline run. He's coming down the sideline, and he's starting to get contact, and we really worked on the arm bar, and then he lowered his pads, and that's a drill that Coach Brigham does. Henley Brigham, our running back coach, does a phenomenal job with our running backs, and all the drills you saw show up Saturday with the same skill set.
Oh, when NFL scouts talk to you about him, as I know they do you go person or athlete first? Because he's obviously excelling at both. And I know they always ask personal questions too. With him, do you go personal or athleticism first when you talk to the scouts?
I talk personal. The type of person he is, the type of teammate he is, just the work ethic, the studying film, the training room. He takes care of his body. He loves the weight room, his diet. When he first showed up, he was 238 pounds when he came to UAB. When he first showed up, now he's right at 210, 211, and he's really cautious and he's really picky on the things that he puts in his body. And what you're seeing a kid come here, develop, grow, mature, and really he's starting to turn into a pro on how he operates daily. So they see his athletic ability on film. They see all the skill sets and all the elite trades that he possesses, but it's the type of kid he is and the type of teammate he is, I think, that really makes him different.
So you guys have got a bye, and then you've got Rice. You go to Houston. I had an opportunity to watch Rice. I know we'll get more into this game next week. I watched them week 1 against USC, and early on in the first quarter, they were running the football. Down 14-7, one-possession game, and then the wheels kind of came off. We go back to turnovers. The quarterbacks turned it over 4 times, and the game was over at that point. But this is a Rice team that's 2-1, and they can run the football.
They can. They're one thing. Obviously, we've researched those guys extremely well, and their motto on offense is a dirty 3, and that's what they preach. So they want 3 yards, 3 yards, 3 yards, and it's 4th and 1, and they're going to go for it. And they've proven that the last couple of years, and they're going to go for it. They're going to get in 12 heavy sets, 13 personnel, and UAB and Rice have led the league in time of possession. The last 4 years, it's been us and them. Against Lafayette, their average right now is 37 minutes. Against Lafayette, they had the ball for 41 minutes. So Lafayette only had the ball for 19 minutes. So they play keep away. They're physical. They grind you out. They're good on third downs. They're 51% on third downs. They're 4 for 8 on fourth down. They were higher last year. I'm sure they're disappointed in that. So the possessions on offense that we have, we've got to make sure that we cash our possessions in, and then we've got to win as many possessions as we can on defense to get them off the field.
The interview with UAB's head coach is brought to you each week by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. Legacy is who you can depend on, and they've been proving it to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. The first coach I covered was Pat Dye in my career back in his day at Auburn, and I learned very quickly then. I went into their bye week, and I said, so it's an off week for you guys. And he lectured me very quickly, like, no, it's not an off week. We just don't play a game this week. What do you hope to accomplish this week in the bye week, not off week?
Well, the message that we've started with our team meeting is very simple, but it's 100% accurate. Is this is not the time to pump the brakes. We've got to press the gas. And we felt like we made growth from week 1 to 2. We made growth after the Liberty loss to Georgia Southern. We've got to continue to grow and keep building this team and keep sharpening each other in all 3 phases. And so the biggest thing, we want to heal up. We've got some guys. Saturday was a very physical game. Liberty was a physical game. This is an opportunity to, get extra treatment. But we have got to continue to press the gas and get better and really look at ourselves as we're also look at Rice.
Do you? Yeah, and you say look at yourselves because I know a lot of coaches love to self-scout during the bye week, but is there a disadvantage to only having 3 games to self-scout? Would you like more than that?
Well, I think that you obviously would probably like more than that, but what we do have is we do have 3, and we know that Rice they're extremely well coached. They do a great job in all 3 phases, so they're going to have us scouted up, so we'll be able to be ahead on ourselves on what our tendencies have been these first 3 games and be able to break those tendencies.
Yeah, I think one of your tendencies is you run the ball really well. So, I'm sure.
And I think we're going to actually keep that tendency.
That's right. Keep that one in the game plan. Coach, enjoy the bye, and we'll talk with you about Rice next Wednesday. As always, we appreciate the time.
I appreciate you guys having me on, guys. Go Blazers.
All right, Coach, take care. That is Bryant Vincent, the head coach of the UAB Blazers, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I've got his celebrity parents, by the way. Like if two celebrities.
Yeah.
Okay, give it to me after I tell you the folks at Legacy Credit Union bring us that interview every week. The Legacy folks are the folks you can depend on, and they've been proving that to the Birmingham community and the UAB community since 1955. Thank you so much to Legacy Credit Union for bringing us that interview.
Chris Cooper and John Bernthal.
Got it.
I don't know John Bernthal. Chris Cooper, I know.
The Punisher. He was Shane on Walking Dead.
He's now American Gigolo on Showtime. Will you pull him real quick?
Yeah.
But look at this. It's definitely it is Chris Cooper, John Bernthal, 1,000%.
Chris Cooper plays pissed off dad better than anybody in the history of cinema.
So good in American Beauty.
Yeah, I mean, that is his role though. Yep, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, you put him with a little Chris Cooper.
That's so
awesome.
Good. So good. You're incredible at that.
Man of few talents, but I can.
Do you know Chris Cooper?
What would it cost for us to get that? Isn't there an app where you can take two pictures and blend them together?
Yeah, I think there is. Yeah, we should get that.
Yeah, that Manti Te'o, they did it last night.
They did.
Tuiasosopo?
Yeah.
All right, we had to break here. Part of the show brought to you by Precision Sports. Our last big thoughts coming up on the other side. Some interesting injuries, but the best news we can tell you if you watch the game on Monday night, the Bills, Dane Jackson, who was carried off in a stretcher with a neck injury, it appeared, released from the hospital, no severe injury to the neck or spinal cord. That is good news. To the normal injuries you get day in and day out, Precision Sports can get you back in the game.
Yeah, hey, look, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Don't forget, Bud Light game night tomorrow night. Gabriel's in Hoover, Lorna Road. 5 to 7 will be there. 5 to 6 is a specialty show. And we will end up having a really good time out there. It's Rockstar's birthday.
Hey, happy birthday, Rockstar.
And nothing says Rockstar's birthday like his guy, Adam Mestre.
Tell him about it,
Rocky. One thing I like to
Rocky.
talk about on my birthday, I've done this every year my birthday for the past 2 years, is Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, he is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
House of calls.
House of calls. All right. NASCAR Fast. Brent will tell you about NASCAR in just a second, but Taylor, our social media director, with the cookie cake.
Oh, Rockstar's
with
favorite.
all the candles lit going in there.
I have to have her sing. So
okay.
Yeah, you can sing.
I think that we would lose some viewers if I started singing.
No, get on that microphone.
Yeah,
Start
they
us
heard
off.
your silky voice on Saturday night.
You
gotta sing
Start us off. Start us off.
Can we sing that? Is there a copyright issue on that, Rockstar?
Oh, yeah, we can.
Don't we have to do the restaurant?
She's not going to sing.
Happy birthday on this special day. Happy birthday. The Next Round Studio Line. Hey,
Meadows by morning, Meadows by
birthday.
night.
Happy birthday. Oh, my God, they're sparklers.
They're trickle.
Hey, I'm glad you're not wearing your normal polyester, Rocky.
Hey.
Jesus.
They were starting to sparkle?
Blow it, Rockstar.
I'm blowing, guys.
Hey, seriously, we're going to set off some smoke. Hey, get
Marlon.
Seriously,
Such a poon.
The water is going to destroy our equipment if we set it off.
Yeah, we can't set it off.
I'm a little lightheaded.
Yeah.
Reed got them trick candles on me. That some bitch got them trick candles on me. You can't blow that flame out. You just got to blow and blow and blow.
What are you going to do for your birthday tonight, Rockstar? Get a tooth pulled?
I'm headed to the dentist after this.
That'd be awesome.
And I'm going to do a little trivia after that. You may be talking like this, but...
Everybody come out. Will make you sing happy birthday to yourself.
As LT likes to say, you're going to look like you're holding something in your cheek tonight.
And we may figure out, does Auburn play Penn State next year? Because we've heard about that game for the past 2 years.
California, that looks so weird. I did watch that schedule unveiling, and I knew Auburn was going to play Cal. Obviously, it didn't come as a surprise to me, but when you see Auburn is at California week 3, you're like, God, that looks weird.
Yeah, more likely, though, we're going to go to Berkeley for that game or Tampa for Bama and USF. Can you see Nick Saban running out onto that field, not for a national championship against USF, in front of 33,000?
I mean, that'd be one of the small. Well, I don't know. Surely with Alabama.
How did that happen? You take Blake Barnett, we'll give you a.
I think they.
You take this contract off our hands.
Yeah. I think they did a 2-for-1 with that one, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, they did 2-for-1, yes.
I think they did a 2-for-1, and I think Nick Saban maybe sees the value of playing in the state of Florida because of recruits.
Yeah.
You know, he's done it in the past in Texas with those neutral site games.
Yeah. Bear Bryant went up to, or scheduled before, he didn't have to play the game, but scheduled before he stopped running Alabama football, Alabama at Rutgers. East Rutherford back in the day.
Alabama played at Temple one time too, didn't they? Up at the Vet or
up
something
in Philadelphia.
like that? Right about that?
Yeah.
So I mean,
maybe
it's
that was the game.
before.
Maybe they didn't play Rutgers. Maybe they played Temple.
Yeah, people are dogging out Georgia's schedule. Matthew is right there for next year that came out. I mean,
don't dog it, man. It's
again,
unbeaten.
They were playing Oklahoma. To Georgia's defense, and the SEC told them do not play that series because the second half of it is going to be after Oklahoma comes to the conference. Let's get rid of that. So it is going to look like a bad schedule, but Oklahoma was supposed to be on there.
NASCAR bringing us our final thought of the day. It'll come from Kirby Smart. Tell us about NASCAR.
Hey, listen, you can go see the race there at Talladega, the 2022 Yellowwood 500 at Talladega Super Speedway. That race itself is Sunday, October 2nd. The entire weekend starts Friday, September 30th. Check out all the great experiences they have at Talladega, like the Kids VIP experience. Children's of Alabama sponsors that. Ultimate way for kids 12 and under to experience the excitement of the race with guided garage tours, pits box tours, driver intro fist bump alley, and much more. You can see all of that at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Win tickets now. NextRoundLive.com/Dega. NextRoundLive.com/Dega. Answer the question there on a driver and his favorite team in football, and you could win tickets.
Kent State head coach Sean Lewis, they play Georgia this week. Georgia may be the best college football team ever assembled.
Yikes.
Ever assembled. Kirby Smart on that comment.
Kirby, I know it's only 3 games in, but obviously a lot of people seeing the scores y'all put up and the numbers you put up, already, comparisons to last year. After losing so many guys, is it far-fetched to say this team by the end of the year could be as good or better than last year's squad?
I don't do comparisons. I've said that repeatedly. You can't compare anybody to last year because last year's teams, 15 of them are in the NFL. So it's one of those things that this team has a long way to go. The worst thing that can happen to this team is start believing what people say about them. And the toughest job we got this week is trying to explain to everybody that Kent State's a really good football team. And I know you think I just sit up here and say that, but you turn the tape on, they've got a really, really good football team. And it's not so much about Kent State. It's really about, does our team want to grow?
There's a tell in Kirby when he doesn't believe what he's saying, he sort of fake laughs.
Oh, yeah.
I know you think I just sit up here and say that, but
this is the biggest underdog in the history of Kent State football. What? They're getting 44. They've never gotten this many points.
Turn that tape on. They're really good.
It's a little surprising.
Yeah.
But fun fact for you, as Kirby Smart, Georgia as 40-plus point favorites under Kirby Smart, 0-7 against the number.
That is a trend and or angle.
It is.
Give me your hat real quick. Go ahead and finish your thought.
A lot of people think he's just being Nick Saban. Don't do that. A lot of people think he's just being Nick Saban and saying I don't do the comparisons, but it really doesn't benefit him to do that. I don't blame him for not wanting to answer that question. He wants to do the Madonna thing.
I was gonna do my Madonna like a virgin impersonation for you, but I'm not gonna do it now.
Damn it!
I thought you'd want to show the pecs off after lifting yesterday.
Yeah, take that shirt off. Let's go. Jimmy.
Hey, which NFL network host am I?
Wow.
I'd have done the Madonna thing.
Done away with props is a good segment.
Kirby Smart talking that Kent State's really good. I promise you guys, Kent State's really good.
That's the new thing, is done away with props.
We got the whiteboards. He's got the props.
Rockstar, have fun tonight.
Gonna have a blast, guys.
Show me John Hamm.
I'll show you.
Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.